satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes. I'm reaching out for the easy high. Please fortify this strength of mine. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes. My body aches to be satisfied. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes. I'm reaching out for the easy high. Please fortify this strength of mine. My weakness comes and goes. My weakness comes and goes. Weakness comes and goes, it goes, it goes. My weakness echoes in my soul. Oh, it echoes in my soul. My weakness comes and goes, it goes, it goes. I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me.
Hello and welcome, Rocket League fans. We are here live with the EGFH, that's the Electronic Gaming Federation High School side, here for our group stages the first day. I'm FBI Tugboat. I'm here with my man Ocean. Ocean, how are we doing today?
Rocket League Day of Action for the EGF High School National Championship. So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams get on just out of the gate. We still got another Rocket League Day tomorrow. And of course, after those 2 days, we will know who are in our top 8 teams. And that's when it's going to get really exciting.
Oh yes, All-Stars only here. We got a long day ahead of us that we have Huntington taking on Watertown White up first. That's the Blue Devils taking on Watertown High School. Getting into, let's see, one of these players. We got a lot of backstory here, a lot of info we can share on these players. So Jeffrey Ochoa, I think I said that correctly, is a senior from Blue Devils here. Started playing Rocket League back in 2017. Discovered the RLCS on Twitch and whatnot. He was super motivated to come forth, improve as a player. He helps teach programming and chaperones for younger players as well, and thrown himself into esports fully, playing Rocket League, and wants to go on to Northeastern University, where he hopes to play with them as well. So fantastic stuff. Again, a little bit of backstory for some of these Blue Devils players.
Also, as someone who owns an esports organization myself, with some Rocket League teams over in Europe, it's really nice when you get a player coming in and all they want to do is grind, improve, and help out others. That sort of attitude is what we're going to be looking at. So that's going to be a player that we can maybe have some emphasis on later on in today with how they've been performing and how actually the rest of their team is performing as well, just based on what they're saying about themselves.
Absolutely, absolutely. We were talking a little bit about this, before we started. I'm not sure there's a clear correlation between the freshman, sophomore, junior, senior to over there in Ireland where you are at, correct? And how high school is done, or how
No,
not
at all.
formal public education is done, correct?
Yeah, no, not at all. Because our system's even different to over in England, right? Ours is completely different to theirs as well. So we've just got our own unique thing, and it doesn't really work that well, to be honest. It's not the best system in the world. We just give numbers to everything and just hope it works out.
There you go. There you go. Well, I guess it kind of makes sense. We just assign a flowery name to it. Europeans use numbers. That's not the first time that's happened. Big shout outs here to to first pass our producer. We do appreciate that, making our jobs as casters just so much easier. We do appreciate that as well. This is the EGF National Championships, the EGFH, National Championships, being done in collaboration with ESPN as well as the Walt Disney World Company. Yes, Walt Disney World. You may have heard of them a couple times here and again. An up and coming newer company, right? I'm totally kidding around, of course. Big shout outs to ESPN, Disney, and everything that they've done recently. Huge entertainment giant there. Best of fives, standard stuff coming up here, Ocean, right?
Yeah, it's best of 5. And you know what I love about this and this event and the collaborations that we have? It gives these younger players a chance to really show themselves on some sort of stage.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Getting on into it here just now. We got Chief Bear up front, little bounce action, and this is going to be Watertown White in the right, scoring first.
Honestly, nerves settled in here. First game of the tournament. Should have been an easy clearance. It just didn't quite happen. Already 1-0 to Waterton. Not a great start if you're Huntington.
Not at all. Really early shots like that resulting in goals, not going to be ideal. Zyko here for Huntington High on the left in the blue. Back on over to the middle. Little scrum action there. Shot decently on point, but 2 cm deleter, 2 centimeter deleter. Going to be blocking that one away. Back on over to it. Giving up possession on over to blue. That's Huntington. Trying to cover it up as Polar Bear puts it up to the corner after he gets almost challenged there towards the middle. Up and down. Zyko gets there, but no dice this time. That's a little bit of a better shot, but Snooki gets over to it as well. Waterton White showing up on the defense.
Yeah. Honestly, Huntington, they struggled for those first 7 seconds, but they didn't let that affect them, and now they're coming straight back at Waterton. Sorry, yeah, straight back at Waterton, and I like that.
Up, and that is Jeffro getting deleted out, the senior out of the Blue Devils side, left side, almost sneaking that one in. It's a matter of angles here. Angles once again. Jeffro feels the fire from that one. Huntington not finding their first goal quite yet. That is not for lack of trying. Motion back to the middle, and that's a low and slow roller from Snooki now. Watertown White finding 2 in a little bit of unconventional ways.
Honestly, you know, I like the way that Huntington were going straight back at Waterton, putting them under a lot of pressure, but Waterton did so well to brave that storm, find an opportunity just to come in, counter-attack. Very sweet goal, pretty simple, and a little bit unorthodox, but it worked out well for them. 2-0 now to Waterton.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Don't fix if it ain't broke. That's what they say around here. Ocean is definitely working so far for Watertown. You win by 10, you win by 1, it's still a W. At least in my book. Chief Bear, on over to it. Polar Bear, competition of the Urstein, I believe, species. Isn't that the adjective for bear stuff?
I'm not exactly sure.
Alright, I gotta Google this, I'm sorry.
Honestly, well, speaking of polar bears, it doesn't matter what species they are, they just scored.
There it is, Polar Bear. Freezing one in there towards the middle. And yes, I was right. Ursine? Ursen. Ursen. Yes. Kind of stretching our linguistic legs here, Ocean. Psycho,
I mean,
Polar Bear,
I
and
didn't know
Jeffro
that.
snuck one in there. There you go. You did not? Oh, did you learn a new word today?
Yeah, I didn't even know that polar bears had a sticky species. I thought they were mammals, to be honest.
Oh no! So, oh wow, Zyko. While we're what kind of waxing linguistic here? That's now Huntington High has tied this one up. Blue Devils come back, not from the brink, not from the depths, not by any means. There's still plenty of time left in this game. But going down 2-0 initially, no play out. My point is, Ursen, U-R-S-I-N-E, is an adjective that means like pertaining to bears in general.
Like that. Well, so impressive, and the aggressive showing on from Huntington is they were 2-0 down. Now it's 2-2, and they continue to play aggressively. Last goal, maybe 2 centimeters later, could have done a little bit better, but they are the ones looking the dominant force here. They want to go forwards, they want to attack, and they want to score goals.
Absolutely. Going back to it, Chief Bear off the top. That's Zykow almost able to snake this one low and fast. It's past halftime now, up the top. Yeah, this is, I think there's a Huntington High squad that's going to go forth and probably be able to put up a few of those. At the end of the day, this is a Watertown White team that just doesn't seem like it has a great defense aerially when things are getting hairy in the middle.
Yeah, no, not really. I feel like, you know, Huntington, they're now out of that little bit of nervous phase they had in the first couple of minutes. Well, actually, the first minute, realistically, and now they're just flying forward, and Waterton are really struggling to deal with it, especially when the ball is in the air and in and around the area close to their goal.
Yeah, it's always a tricky place to play. Pressure's on and whatnot. Just gonna have to deal with that one and push it on. That's Chief Bear coming over and doing exactly what he needed to there defensively. Fantastic stuff. Back to it. Snooki trying to bring this one out. Zyko, nice redirect back towards the middle. Polar Bear almost going a little bit too fast for this one. Burns everything up top to get to it. And once again, Chief Bear beat him then. Polar Bear, Chief Bear continuing to do battle. Zyko, shot to the bottom. 2 centimeter deleter. Polar Bear deleter after that demolition. 90 seconds in. Bounces back on over to it. Polar Bear continuing to be on top of his ball, left, right, and center. Very weak hit from Snooki. Not sure what the idea was there. Zyko come back to it. Nope, that's going to be members of Watertown. We're able to cover it up for right now. And Polar Bear again. I'll say it again. Left when it was earlier. Right when he was getting offensively and centered. Right there.
honestly, Huntington are looking really good right now. Just constant aggression, but they are leaving little openings, and those little openings are exactly what Waterton need to take advantage of.
Cannot agree more. Cannot agree more. Jeffro did in this one. Watertown spent most of this time either tied up or in the lead, and Jeffro makes that a non-issue. Senior from Blue Devils strikes in another one here. That's going to be a total of 4. Doubling up is the side of the Blue Devils on the left in the blue. Not trying to get confusing. Wouldn't put them on the red, right?
Yeah, that would just be so awkward
Intentionally
for us,
confusing.
right?
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Look. First minute, horrible from them, but now Huntington, the Blue Devils, they're looking so much better on the team from New York.
Fun out from it. Chief Bear there. Bounces middle. Zyko trying to cover that one up. Actually goes to the teammate. Polar Bear with a hit back to it. I think they were just trying to get that one out of dodge. Weren't necessarily trying to set anything up, but Chief Bear gives it up, and that was so far a pretty solid hit. So maybe not a great play right there, given that Watertown needed a goal right there. Needed not one but 2 of them. Right then, right now, continue to.
Yeah, it's looking bleak for Waterton right now. 7 seconds left. You need 2 goals. Not looking likely.
Yep, now it cannot happen physically. Even if Watertown gets another one, they'll still lose by 1. Doesn't matter. 4-2 is our first game in the series between Huntington High and Watertown White, or Watertown High School, excuse me. Looking into the numbers. You go ahead.
Yeah, honestly, not surprising to see Polar Bear and Jaffa at the start of Huntington. They looked like the stronger players in the lobby right now. Zyko was doing a pretty decent job, but those 2 really stood out. But how do Waterton get back into this? Because they started off strong, they got the first 2 goals, and then they conceded 4, right? And Huntington were just putting on a ton of pressure constantly. It's like they were hunting for prey, like a polar bear. Yeah, look how many analogies we can get in, right?
There you go, yep.
There still was some openings, right? Waterton had a couple of chances, but they didn't take them near in the last 3 minutes.
Exactly. You asked a question, I'll give the answer. You get Waterton back in this one with 2 centimeter deleter. Getting a single demo save and an assist in a entire 5-minute span, not going to be enough to take it to the task the side of Huntington High. These Blue Devils will stay in it. High flying, high scoring. First game being a score total of 6 right here, 4 coming in from 1. It's crazy stuff. It's crazy stuff. We are going to be going into game number 2 now here in just a little bit. And yeah, they'll be getting that started right in just a few seconds. Is my camera still being wonky?
What I'm now concerned for Waterton is, as we're looking a little bit slower getting into the next game, right? Some nerves must be escaping around. When you just lost the first game of a series and you want to get right back into the action as soon as possible, and there's a little bit of a delay, those nerves, they don't go away. They stay there and they build up and build up and build up. Particularly now, we're in the national championships. We're in collaboration with Disney and ESPN. There's a lot of pressure on these players, and they are so young, so it's going to be difficult. The longer we wait, it's going to be even more difficult for Waterton.
That's fair. That's fair. At the end of the day, I'd playing Halo 2 back in the day at age 15, 16 online. Took it to land a couple different times, but nothing like really serious, and definitely not anything can be comparable to your 2021 current esports competitions. But yeah, a lot on the line right here. Undying Glory. And there we go. We are getting back to it. Huntington High going back to battle with Waterton.
Yeah, so Huntington, but slow, like they did in the previous match. And look, similar traits. First 7 seconds in the last game, Waterton got a goal. It's happened in the first 9 seconds here.
Yeah, so kind of similar themes showing up across multiple games now for Watertown White. That was Snooki right there, I believe, that got it in. Snooki had a hand in it earlier. Again, Watertown White's key to victory right here is getting the 2 centimeter player back in this one, back involved offense, defensively, everything in between. A triple up on the side, not going to be that good until, of course, Polar Bear hits it. Now we have a Rule 1 over on the left side. Shout out to these players. Oh my God. Jeffro picks up the body. uses it to toss this ball in. That is disrespect of the highest form, Ocean.
Yeah. Honestly, right, we're in the national championships, and we have to respect the players for still obeying the rule run of Rocket League here, right? Still obeying it here in the national championships. It's great to see.
Well, yeah, you have to. You have to. Is one of the rules for a reason. Put it like that. Back to it. Tied up scoreline. Not a situation that either of these teams have not found themselves in thus far. Been mostly pretty even-handed until Huntington High was able to break away in the second half. Game number 1, 2-score run. Actually, no, excuse me, a 4-score run. Waterton White in the first game went up 2, and Huntington got all 4 score of theirs uninterrupted towards the end. I think it was the last like 60 seconds or so that didn't really get a whole lot in there, but back to it. Gets over the right corner. What are we looking at, Ocean?
I mean, what we are looking at now is Huntington, after the first minute of the game, yet again, they start to hit their stride, and now they're back in the lead. So Huntington, they seem to start off the game pretty slow in the first minute or so, but both of these games in this series, they come back from behind, and then they keep bombarding, they keep going forward. I really like the Huntington team. Maybe start off the game and remember that, you know, there's 5 minutes of Rocket League, not 4.
Fair enough. Fair enough. 3 minutes, 33 seconds. All 3 is up top. Zyko over. Huntington High forcing the lead by 1. Snooki getting back to the demolition ways. That was 2 CM that got the only one, I believe, earlier, and that's a longer goal from Zyko. First goal, first shot. Made all the way in. Tripling up now is Huntington High.
Yeah, 3-1. And it's a little bit messy there, to be honest. I don't really know how Waterton were rotating there. It just didn't seem quite right. That sort of goal should never be so free, but it was.
Free as air, free as a Costco sample. That was a very weird play. So Snooki just continued, just giving up possession. You know, just take it, do with it what you will. You know, I will respect whatever your decisions are. It's a great game of Rocket League, but sportsmanship like that may not be rewarded as often. Jeffro up to it, and it loses control right there. The senior kind of spinning out in the middle. Is able to get this a corner, but not really a whole lot more else for Blue until that's centered up, but a nice hit there. Polar Bear not getting as great a hit. I'm going to call it the Joker card here, right? Because he's got the dice spinning on the bottom, the green top hat. Wait, no, not the Joker, the Riddler, right? From Batman?
The lure of the Joker is, to be quite frank with you. But honestly, I'm not seeing much out of Waterton that I like. You know, when they get the ball, just clearing it away and hoping a chance comes. No real passing plays. Huntington, though, look really impressive, and they're about to expand their lead here.
Jeffro with the easiest goal of his life. Just put it in the middle, don't hit it right or left. Just hit it on board, don't pop it up too high. Like, literally, those three thoughts are going through the senior's mind right there. As that was, I believe, the most centered goal that you can get. But let's move back a little bit. We got a couple minutes left in this game. Did you say you don't know who the Joker is?
No, I don't.
Like the Batman villain?
No, I don't know. I've never watched Batman. Never heard of the Joker.
Well, like he had his own big movie. Okay, all right. Well, like the Joker movie was like a really big movie last year. But I digress and move forward. Bounces back over. Snooki kind of getting in front of it a little bit too far. Polar Bear trying to get up against wall and off of wall. Bounce back down. Zykow with a nice run right here. That's going to be his 4th shot on. 2nd shot in. And Huntington High squad, it is absolutely rolling.
Honestly, this Huntington High School squad, the Blue Devils, as we also know them as, I'm really excited to see them play. Not just this match, but later on in the tournament. They're making some passing plays. You know, they seem to have pretty strong rotations, and they, you know, seem to be a very strong team. I look forward to seeing more of these players.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 100 seconds left in this game. Running through what can be expected matchup-wise after this. It's Jose Marti STEM Academy taking on AHS. That's the Allentown High School team. In this game up next. I'm actually not going to run through the whole schedule right now. That'd be boring, but back to it.
I don't remember the next game, to be honest with you.
Well, Jose Marti STEM Academy will be facing at Allentown next. We'll run through schedule-wise after that. Back on over. Zykow up. Zykow out. Jeffro easily takes up his team's 6th. After that's the second shot on, third goal in. Gotta wonder how that happened. The great game of Rocket League is sometimes kind of wonky with how it rewards goals.
They look so nervous doing Waterton in and around their own danger area. They can't get the ball clear. They don't seem to know who's going for it. They seem to be incredibly nervous, especially now that all of the forward momentum is with their opponents, Huntington High School, but they've been brilliant.
Polar Bear rotating around, opting blue side to come back on defense for right now. I'm not gonna say that it doesn't matter, but the simple fact of it is that 45 seconds ago or so, a monumental amount to be expected to get 5 goals just to tie it up there.
I don't really think it's possible. In these 30 seconds, what you could do is try and find a little bit of a weakness and use that as your game plan in the next game, because then you'll be a little bit more confident. You've got a plan going into the next game of the series.
It's there. Zykow just a little bit high flying right there. Not able to knock this one in. Doesn't matter. That's going to be back on over to the left side. Bounces back down, and a crashing indeed here for game number 2. Is that a fair statement, Ocean?
Yeah, 6-1. Nothing really after the first 10 seconds really came out of the Waterton Whites. I thought they were quite poor in that game. They didn't really look like they wanted to do anything. They gave Huntington a lot of space. What they did with that space, Huntington, wasn't just, let's get shots off. It was pass it around and actually try and create really nice plays. And they did that for the majority of the game. Waterton, they've got to come up with something. They've got to play with a little bit more confidence, get rid of those nerves. Otherwise, they might be in a bit of trouble. This might just be a quick 3-0, easy on to the next one.
Yeah, this is fair. This is fair. I said it before, and I'll say it again, Ocean. 2CM now coming in with a very similar scoreline. Only difference here was the amount of demos. Of course, we don't get it here. I'm just kind of remembering in the old noggin. But 1 assist, 1 save. Did get an attempted shot on. That's the difference here for game number 2. But unfortunately, Watertown kind of... that's just simply not going to be enough. The worst player on the other side, Polar Bear, got similar stats, but at least did get a goal through there. And the passing plays from Polar Bear have been monumental. Obviously, only got 1 save awarded by the great game of Rocket League, but there was a lot of defensive play that Polar Bear had towards their side of the goal that resulted in no shots at first side of Watertown. Back to it, backs against the wall, rocking hard play situations here at Watertown White Squad.
Yeah, and this time you don't have the benefit of an early first goal in the first 10 seconds like you've had in the previous 2 matches.
This is fair. This is fair. Yes, if there's a light at the end of the tunnel for the Watertown White, if there's any team grasping at straws, that is it. That after this, after the first initial break off, they've been able to take really wonky goals. Gotta say, that is not going to be the case today for game number 3. Back on over to it. Chief Bear and Co. pushing this left side for now. Running up top is Jeffro. Chief Bear now running to the right side. Zykow stopping that one where it's at. Jeffro over. Zykow going the full rotation. Not a bad idea. Go back over, and that was Zykow with some slower play towards the bottom that almost resulted in the first goal of this series. So 60 seconds in, seems almost unheard of that Huntington High or Watertown has not scored yet.
In the first 60 seconds of both these series, Waterton have been getting the goals, and oh, look at this is messy.
Messy indeed. The 2CM showing up 11th hour exactly where they need to. Perhaps this Watertown White squad isn't out of this point. The biggest whiff of 2021 comes in as Zykow does not get the first goal for their squad. Still a tight-up situation, and that's good news for Watertown.
Honestly, Zykow has missed like 2 really good chances. Oh, no, okay. I'm not going to speak ever again. Misses 2 really good chances, like in the first minute of the game, and then does that. That's perfect. I mean, maybe the defenders could have done a little bit better, probably should have, but it looks nice. Go ahead, clip it, put it in your resume, send it off.
Yeah, that you'll get a copyright quickly on that. Zykow, beautiful stuff. Yes, got some more 2 like messier shots that didn't connect, but that was just a beautiful lob. Jeffro again. I don't know why this would be, but perhaps your Huntington High squad feeling a little bit of nerves because that's Zykow, now teammate, both with big whiffs, fan plays we call them.
Sorry, because, you know, they've been scoring so many, and now they're just missing a couple of chances that they really should have scored and would have scored in the earlier, you know, games of this series.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. You just rewind time 5-7 minutes or something like this, just be adding numbers onto previous lopsided lineups. As it is, Huntington High has spent the vast majority of this time on offense, so that's still a mega positive for them. But just looking at the previous 2 games, they were up by much higher at this point, and there are at least a lot more goals scored at this point in half times in each respective Rocket League game.
They have an opportunity to break away. There are small openings when this has happened in the past. Can they get something out of it? No, not quite. And now it's back to Huntington attacking.
Ooh, 2CM actually kind of setting it up right there. I think he just didn't get the preferred angle off the back left side of his car because I think he was obviously trying to have that go the other way and then centering it up a little bit more. A little green heart there at the end. Love to see it. 2-12 on this one. Watertown White fighting for their first goal in this game number 3.
I think that goal is just the epitome of what went wrong for Waterton in this game, and that's everything. Just nothing seems to be going right. Huntington back on the attack again.
Again, this is a situation they found themselves in probably 80% of these 3 minutes so far. All offense all the time. Keep this up here. You can't really give up many situations where your opponents can score. Zykow up. Zykow was looking good, sitting pretty on that one, but Watertown stuffed it right to the face again. And playing solid defense, given that, again, they've spent 3.5 minutes pretty much on defense right now, the simple fact that they've only gotten scored on twice, and one of them was almost unblockable, I would say that's a positive for your Watertown White squad.
One of the very little positives you could take, because honestly, Huntington probably should have scored like 2 or 3 more chances. Some of them were pretty bad misses.
This is fair. This is fair. I mean, they'll take those, though, you know? And at the end of the day, this is almost a situation where I would have liked to see like a best of 7, because as it is, Watertown, outside of the very beginning of their first game, have not taken 2 goals in this amount of time yet. That is, again, a 2CM complete redirect to Jeffro, to a member of Huntington High, for another goal right here.
The 2 centimeter deleter sounds a little bit nervous, right? You think with, you know, if you've got that username in a Rocket League, you'd be playing with a little bit more confidence. They've been playing a little bit nervous, they haven't been committing to any sort of loose ball, and they've been struggling really in this series.
This is fair. 3 scores, 45 seconds, average of 15 per. Can they do it, Ocean?
I think they could. They could. Don't think it's likely, though.
Pop plays. Everything stopped, though. Nicely done. Watertown showing up on defense again. Love to see it. Jeffro, not to be outdone, not to have this one taken away. Rails in another one, 4-0 scoreline as of right now.
4+ goals in every single game of this series. It's 4-2 in the first one, 6-1 in the second, and now 4-0 here. Actually, now that I think about it, they're still keeping up high numbers, and now they're just lowering the amount of goals and they're conceding and the amount of mistakes they're making. I like this from Huntington.
Yeah, not a whole lot left, I think, to be delved down here. There's, I'll say it, we're not going to see 4 scores in 10 seconds from the side of Watertown. Unfortunate 5-0 now, tied with their largest lead so far. So yeah, this one's pretty much done dusted. Gonna be impossible to come back from that one. 96 kilometers per hour as well there on the other side. Fantastic stuff. If they do finish this next 10 seconds without a goal, though, that'll be the first goose egg we've seen on stream today. The first 0 scores in a 5-minute game so far.
Yeah, I think that's gotta be. Wow. Averaging 5 goals per game. In that last game, let's be quite frank, Huntington should have scored more. I think that's something they're going to have to clean up over the course of the rest of the tournament, right? Because you're not going to get away with missing that many chances when we get to a grand finals, for example. That's just not going to happen. But what we have seen from Huntington is very encouraging, aggressive play. They were constantly on the front foot. They were constantly putting their opponents under pressure, just tidying up the finishing, tidying up those important moments, and also tidying up their kickoffs, especially at the start of a match. I think then Huntington will be a force to be reckoned with, definitely.
I can agree with you there. It's just yeah, it's very frequently kind of cleaning up the edges, right? I have to wonder. I have to assume that both of these teams came in and warmed up a little bit. This was not their first game of the day, but as it is, we are going to be moving on to the next tier soon. We got Jeffro coming up for a little interview action here. So we're going to go to a very, very short, like 30-second break or so while we get him in, kind of prep for it. We'll be back with you guys, a little interview action here for the EGFH in just a few seconds.
The world has been broke down. The world is just announced. The final time is now. The final time to bow. But I will not get down. For you can't force me now. Awakening is clear. I could show you how. I could show you how to fight them. I could show you how to defeat them now.
And we are back. Little interview action coming at you. FBI Tugboat here. I got Ocean Caston interviewing with me, and we got Jeffro from the Huntington High Blue Devils. Jeffro, thank you for coming in and give us a minute of your time after the game.
Of course. Thanks for the invite, guys.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Congrats on the win. We only have winners here in the interview box. So I want to talk a little bit. We just saw the present, which is now, I guess, the past now. And now I want to talk about your future specifically, Jeffro. Got your eyes on Boston, correct?
Yeah, Northeastern University.
Northeastern University.
I'm hoping to become a member of their program. You know, they're incredible. I know that they have that coaching, and I think I'll develop as a player there, honestly.
There you go. Can't imagine that won't happen in a fantastic organization like Northeastern. Ocean?
Two questions for you, actually. One on this tournament, one on yourself as player, so you can, actually sell yourself a little bit. So the first question is about yourself. You as a player individually, how much does this mean for you to win this game and then hopefully do well in this championship? And also, how much do you play competitively outside of these high school tournaments?
Man, this means honestly so much to me. Being our first season, being our debut, really, it's really important for us to take it all home and really show ourselves as members, or just as cementing ourselves in this organization or in this competition. And outside of the high school competition, I have participated in other sort of minor leagues, specifically similar to the style that EGF has.
Yeah, yeah.
So I've definitely had experience with this sort of competition, but this is obviously the highest level. So this is what matters the most. You know, this means a lot.
All right. My second question for you is, you look pretty strong, pretty aggressive in that first match, right? Well, no, actually, all three games of that series, you look really, really strong, really aggressive. It was fun team to watch for us. Um, what are you gamers looking on doing later on in the competition? What do you think you need to clean up to try and take this trophy home? Because I think you gamers, honestly, with what I saw, have a pretty good chance.
Um, Definitely just team cohesion, being prepared for what anything that's ahead of us and making sure that we are organized, that we communicate, that we don't double commit, that we don't overextend our positioning. So that's really our biggest problem. But other than that, I mean, these my teammates are just incredible. You know, they're individually skilled, and together as a team, we come together and become stronger. But obviously, there's always room for improvement. So I would say those are the biggest things.
There you
Awesome. I'll
go.
pass you back to talk about.
Yeah, I heard it from the man himself there, Jeffro. We've talked about the recent present that is the past, and we've talked about the future a little bit more. I'm going to keep it there. Speaking of
Mhm.
the future, see, there's a goal here to work with, work or what coach, compete in a certain other, possibly a higher championship one day, right?
It's sort of a unknown one. It's called the Rocket League Championship Series. I don't know if you guys have heard it before. You know, that's for a Rocket League player. That's the biggest goal. It's the
Yep,
highest dream. You know, so that's always well for a while. It's been a dream of mine. So if I achieve it, I have to give this competition a lot of thanks for it.
absolutely, absolutely. Lofty future goals here from Jeffro. And he's on his way to accomplishing them. Thank you for coming in, giving us a minute of your time after the game, Jeffro.
Of course, thank you guys for the invite.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
All right.
Jose Marti STEM Academy. That is science, technology, economics, and math. Or no, electronics and math, I believe. That's what STEM stands for. Taking on the Allentown High School team in just a couple minutes. We'll be getting this set up. Be back with you guys in just a couple minutes.
can't believe myself. I never thought that this would be our end, but it's nothing new. And my lover's honesty, I can push it back down if I have to. If you want me to, 'cause we can run, and we can run. These stars they fall all for you. So tell me now, what's left to lose if we run? If we run. If we run. Forever.
I can't find my way back to you until you make amends with the demons you've been through. And I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home. Until you find your way back home. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. Don't let me drown. way back home. I can't regret leaving you alone until you find your way back home.
You and me, hanging from the willow tree, quietly drifting in the open breeze. Suddenly, the wind blows you away from me. Now I see we were never meant to be. If only we could travel back in time. Whoa, right where we belong. Maybe we'll never need a reason why. Whoa, dancing till the dawn. If only we could travel back in time. Whoa, right where we belong. Maybe we'll never need a reason why. Whoa, dancing till the dawn. Born from the same branch and leaves, wild and free, living here in harmony. Don't you see? This is where you want to be. But when you leave, the world is never what it seems. If only we could travel back in time. Whoa, right where we belong. Maybe we'll never need a reason why. Whoa, dancing till the dawn. If only we could travel back in time. Whoa, right where we belong. Maybe we'll never need a reason why. Whoa, dancing till the dawn.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just picking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pocket. Spinning like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits. You can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again. We got millions of reasons to let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong. alive, been counting days to get away, to see you again, been fighting ways to get away, to see you again.
We got Jose Marti STEM Academy taking on the Allentown High School number 2. Allentown High School sending along 2 different teams to the EGFH National Championship. Still in the group stage, though, here today. A lot of Rocket League to be played today, tomorrow, day after. Whole lot of Rocket League here over at EGF. High school-wise as well, Ocean.
Really interesting. Now we've got 2 new teams. We saw Huntington, pretty dominating display. So what now for me I need to see for both of these teams is how they compare to Huntington. I don't really care how they prepare to Waterton. I'm not really interested in that. What I want to see from these group stages are who are going to be the teams to watch out for when we get to those later knockout rounds. That's the exciting thing for me. So JMSI and AHS, both of them need to try and prove something. And hopefully early on in the game, since they need to prove something after probably watching that previous game, they might want to play a little bit more aggressive, try and make some plays, try and make some individual plays as well. So it's going to be exciting to see that opening minute, how these teams settle into this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Something else that we need to shine some attention on here is simple fact that there are not 1, not 2, but 3 players on the EGFH All-Stars squads. The players have really shown through and proved themselves to be a cut above here. That is your AHS JZRL, that's John Zeleznik. I hope I said that right. For your Allentown squad, his teammate Eric Parcels, that's EPRL for Allentown that's the other esports team. So John Zeleznik is the only player from Allentown on the All-Star squad here for that team right now. Looking on the other side, that's Risk. Joan Espejo, probably, I hope I did not butcher that as well, for the Atomic Knights. A freshman as well coming in for Jose Marti STEM Academy. Talking about Risk a little bit. Ocean, are you looking at the same thing I'm looking at?
Not quite, but, what I'm interested in for, Risk as a player is do they match up to their name? Are they going to make some riskier plays?
Absolutely. The aggression, and will it pay off? Looking at Risk here, Joan started playing Rocket League 2018, started doing it seriously as kind of a release from the virtual learning, the opportunity to go online, kind of blow off some steam after you sit there and have your virtual learning, going from the learning side of computer interactions to the playing, entertainment, gaming side of these computer interactions. Favorite subject, math, doing exponents very, very early. Other science or other interests include science and engineering, which makes sense for a STEM academy: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Shocked commentators earlier. We'll see if that happens again. 9 goals in 3 games in their quarterfinals here for Jose Marti. So that is fantastic stuff, and definitely looking at Risk for a very high-flying, high-scoring player for the side of Jose Marti at STEM Academy.
It's really unique. We don't really have schools over here who specialize in certain subjects or whatever. So this is interesting to me to hear about not just how these players like to play Rocket League, but also how they get on daily life, what their interests are, and why they choose these schools and how the schools get these programs open. I think that's really interesting to me.
Yeah, STEM academies, kind of not countered by, but complemented by the Finer Arts Academy focuses. An interesting duality for sure. And a lot of value in both, right? Not everybody necessarily
100%.
being mathematically involved, not everybody necessarily being artistically inclined. Amazing Cuban coming forth and striking first for your Jose Marti STEM Academy. That's Amazing Cuban and Risk over there. In the blue for JMSA. I think we'll call them the Atomic Knights from here on. I think that might be a little bit easier, right?
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit easier. And the Atomic Knights get a nice start again. Both of the series that we've seen so far have started with some weirder opening goals. And that's another one of them. That's another early goal. Both teams in this series look a little bit nervy, a little bit nervous at the start of this huge tournament.
Cannot disagree with you, Ocean. I can only imagine there's a few different reasons why 25 seconds in, both teams would be gifted, like it is Christmas morning, a goal like that and very early as well. Demo's getting on already. This is Risk, all-star player we talked about, trying to get up close and personal, not going to happen. A little bit past 35 seconds now as it's Fire Phantom running this one off the right side for Allentown.
Been really fortunate. But like JMSA, they thought they had that cleared. It was a good block, and it just fortunately bounced into the path of Nick Fury. Allentown, they were behind, and now it's 2-1 already. 40 seconds or so, and I can't do math. Clearly, I need to go to that academy. But yeah, 40 seconds in, 3 goals.
You can imagine that's one of the first things they teach you in the Rocket League program over there at Jose Marti, that time, that sand left in the hourglass, is very important. Risk back over to it. Pocket into the left corner now. Bring this one up, over, and down. Hits the ground and kind of gets blocked out from there. Z-Man playing this middle position so far. Phantom and Nick Fury both trying to get this one out. It'll be a lot easier said than done after Allen 06 for Jose Marti found himself a demo.
The game's starting to slow down, get a little bit scrappy. Both teams now just kind of playing to each other, trying to get some passes going, but nothing's quite going the way of either them. Just ball bouncing up and down. It's getting a little bit messy. We'll see who's eventually going to come up with that play that starts something off for either side.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Ocean. End of the day, the early goals so far have pretty much just been open net situations. Kind of things that would almost like not make sense not to have made. So 2 minutes in, both teams feeling the fire of being scored against, but not really feeling like consistent offensive pressure like we may have seen earlier in the case of Watertown White, our first game on stream. Fire Phantom getting a really nice redirect off to the left side. Good touches off that. That's almost a very fast shot. Both players rounding round and actually meeting in the middle. So it was Jose Marti between Allen. I believe that was amazing. Or no,
Risk. Oh, that could have been really
as close
nice.
as you get, yeah.
One thing to actually note is Allentown now starting to pick up the pace a little bit, starting to have a couple more shots, get a couple more center balls into the danger area. I quite like that, but still pretty slow from both teams.
Z-Man forced to play this one a little bit wonkier. I like what Nick Fury did there, kind of coming in and making sure that Z-Man's kind of acrobatics weren't even necessary. It was a wonky angle, and so he must have been communicating with his squad about what really was the best move there. Getting back to it, that's Allen coming, flipping, flying, and dipping and dodging, and this one, Risk, keeping the dreams alive for the side of Jose Marti. Oh, that was just a little bit too high. Nick Fury proving that one, angrily taking out a demo for them. Allen 06 popped left side now. Risk continuing to be on the defense. No, he is not. He's in the Netherworlds for the next second or two after that demo.
Risk is looking like the player for JMSA, who is the threat, and they've just demoed Risk twice, tried to get Risk out of the game, and as soon as they do get Risk out of the game, they're scored again. 3-1, maybe. Allentown need to do more of that.
Nick Fury hitting this one with the backside as well. Fantastic stuff, and you mentioned it. Gotta pay attention to that one as well. Risk, yes, Amazing Cuban is doing well. I believe took their only goal so far. Yes, Allen is not playing poorly, but Risk really is the big one here. And Amazing Cuban runs up the middle for a second on there. Fantastic stuff. It was kind of like tripping over their own 2 feet. There was Allentown. Both players kind of interacting with each other. One trying to take ball, one like kind of wonkily going off for boost. Can't have these miscoordinations with 80 seconds left.
A couple of those, but they still look pretty strong right now. Like, yeah, both of the goals they've considered being sloppy, but you could also kind of say they've been a bit lucky. So Allentown look like the stronger team right now, but they have a couple of mistakes in them.
Playing off of those mistakes will definitely be integral to the rest of this one. 60 seconds. Cuban, a little bit more centered, would have been money all day in a tied-up situation. Not going to happen yet. Fire Phantom showing some very impressive aerial skills so far. Had to burn everything to get that one down, but still put his opponents to the test. And they got up there, but it wasn't an easy task. 40 seconds up. Fire Phantom against the side, trying to get this one over and popped for Nick Fury. Nick Fury just a bit too high. Z-Man attempting for that one again. It's blocked out in the end.
Allentown starting to make a couple more passing plays, hitting off the backboard, putting their opponents under pressure. They're starting to warm up, starting to get into this matchup.
Risk, solid hit on. Z-Man will be able to... Oh no! Wow, so Risk gets granted one from a different area code on this one, Lucian. It's about as far back as you get and off-center. Z-Man fails to get the back hit on that one. Honestly, he literally could have just sat still. Just sitting still would have blocked that off a little bit. And the absolute least would have ended this in like 7 seconds, not 13.
I did say that Allentown were liable to that mistake, and they've just made another one of those critical ones there. Now it's 3-3.
Like that. Might be getting ourselves a... Oh no! Fire Phantom with a necessary hit! It'll happen at the buzzer beater 0-0-0. This was Jose Marti STEM Academy squad that was fully ready to go forth into the regular sudden death overtime. In the thick of things here, Allentown says no go. Says we'll take that one to go. Put it in the doggy bag, set it up in the car, and forget about it.
Like, honestly...
6 saves. Holy...
6 saves? Was that from Risk? No, it's not from Risk.
Of course it's from Risk.
Oh, was of course, yeah. Nah. Why am I questioning? Risk was pretty strong on the defense for JMSA. Risk is the player that looks like anytime JMSA wants to do something, it is Risk. Problem is, I think Allentown have noticed that, and they're trying to take trying to take Risk out of the game. 2, they're just going to constantly put JMSA under pressure because Risk is the only player really doing much for them. And that's 1v3. He's not going to be able to deal with that all day. The only problem is once Allentown are on the back foot, they are capable of those mistakes. So the thing for Allentown now is stay on the front foot. Put JMSA under pressure because that does 3 things for JMSA. 1, makes them nervous and makes them more liable to their own mistakes because they're not as confident. 2, means that they'll start playing more reactive and more slow. And that's nerve-wracking. If you're playing slower, you're not making plays. If you're playing reactively, your opponent is basically just going to run all over you.
I was calling him Alan A11AN6. I think that might be a little bit confusing, so I'm just going to call him A11 here from now on. Do you believe we have a little sub-action as well? That was Nick Fury, Z-Man, and Fire Phantom. They're still the full 3, but Jose Marti are out with Amazing Cuban and in with Ninja Brandon, if my English is serving me correctly.
Seems alright, I think that's exactly what it is. And look, it's that player Risk again. Risk, every single time something is going right for JMSA or there's a player showing up, it is Risk. This is the player to watch, and if JMSA are going to do anything this tournament or even this series, it's going to be off the back of that player Risk. Watch out for them.
Look, it was obvious that Allentown had those demos, those demos earlier, the double onto Risk were no mistake by any means. When this player is simply not on the field, Jose Marti is not the same 3-stack. They realized that early, and if I was Risk, I'd be always playing this game with one eye over my left and right shoulder, right? To always be looking for these demos because we've already seen what it can do so far. 4 minutes. 10 seconds left in this one. 50 seconds burned out. Ninja Brandon at least playing like he was going for his own goal right there, but ends up pulling it off, taking a demolition, while Risk got a save of his own. 6th in the last. Nobody else in the game had a single demo, or had a single save.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy to me. And look, they're starting to just form these attacks now. I actually think that not only Risk performing, but also the substitution. A little bit more confident from JMS side. They're starting to play with a little bit more confidence, starting to make plays, although they get a little bit nervy there.
Yeah, that's almost. The beginning was open net, the end was not so. But Allentown, regardless, not even getting a shot off on that one. I mean, I have to imagine the coach here for Jose Marti saw something we didn't. This amazing Cuban getting 2 goals, 2 of the 3 for the side there, and them having the defensive player. Just, I'm not like I'm saying I'd take out 11, but it seemed like the team was working well. But regardless, like you said, Ninja Brandon coming through and playing very well thus far. Scoreline much lower than it was same time last game.
Teams are nice settled, right? I think they're both settling down into this series. That opening game was a little bit chaotic for both sides.
Oh, speaking of chaotic, this Fire Phantom coming through with the tying action. Through the Fire and Flames right here, right? The demo comes in, he kind of realizes it. Ninja Brand does not get a very good hit on that. I think that was Risk at the end, who was kind of left to try and pick up the pieces, get this ball up and out of dodge. Not going to happen. 1-1, 2:55 left in the clock.
And hopefully, for Allentown, you're thinking that goal is going to give you a little bit more confidence. They kind of stopped playing their game. They started playing a little bit more passively, not as aggressive. Hopefully, that gives them a little bit of confidence to try and make more plays.
Fire Phantom playing this one delicately, bringing it out just a little bit, but Allentown's still on the defense. Risk puts this one up, bouncing plays towards the side. Demo attempted against Risk right there, but again, he's learned to kind of keep an eye on these 3, excuse me. Back out, and that's Nick Fury picking up his first goal on 2 attempts.
Better from Allentown. You know, they started to get, you know, a little bit messy at the start of this match. They were a little bit messy, like middle of last game. I think they pick up the consistency and make more of those plays. They'll look actually quite a strong side. Maybe not as strong as Huntington, but they still look good. And this is another chance here. They're up this time by A1-1 though, not Risk. They need to lie down for a little bit and have a little bit of a relax.
There you go. So again, 6 saves the last. Imagine that's. Oh man! Risk actually had a fantastic opportunity right there to kind of back angle this one. Did not take it, resulted in nada. Zilch, not a 0. Speaking of 0, that's Risk's boost right now. He's the only player back, at least was for a while. Picked up big boost, got over, covered this one up all day. I don't know if that was an attempted pass, but that was beautiful. Player on the right side wanted to get this one out, but the only option that he had was to hit it there, which is, of course, towards the middle. Teammates there, sets up a very otherwise, a play that would have otherwise been very unsafe, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Now finally, a little bit of momentum, a little bit of opportunity for JMS side to get 4. Unfortunately, they don't make anything of that, and now they're kind of scrambling around, and it's again going to be up to Risk or someone else to try and come up with just an individual play of brilliance if they're going to get back into this.
Ooh, not gonna happen. Z-Man now showing up here. Maybe the quietest player, the least mentioned player that we've been talking about, but showing up right there. It's been more consistent play thus far. Now showing up with the first goal in game number 2. A much low-scoring affair, Ocean, I gotta say, than game number 1.
This is now getting a little bit slow paced, but I think this actually suits Allentown. They just want to create slow passing plays, whereas Risk is kind of on his own and he has to do something. He has to force a play, and it has to be like either a counter attack or something of the sort.
As it is, that was about as good as an opportunity as Risk and Co are gonna get. Offensive pressure goes completely their way. Now 35 seconds, there's plenty of time for JMSA to score twice. That's the Atomic Knights. Back over to it. Risk tries to get up, but simply doesn't have the boost with which to do it. Risk comes up, and again, just a whiff to the right side. You said maybe the nerves getting to it, Ocean.
14 seconds left. Can JMSA get back into this one?
It's almost a good co-angle right there. That's a bounce. Z-Man keeps the dream alive. Again, kind of showing up right here, and you cannot score twice in 0 seconds. Allentown going up 2-0 in the series in this best of 5. And my math can be off sometimes, but I believe, Ocean, that means that Allentown only needs one more game to put this away in 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, Allentown, both these games have been close, but Allentown are the team, right? They are the team who have edged these close affairs. They've made a couple more plays. They have been a little bit more aggressive. I think that's one of the trends we're going to see, right, in this entire tournament. The team that starts off strong, plays a little bit more aggressive, puts the other team on the back foot, is seeming to get a little bit more of an advantage. And JMSA, it's been okay from them. They've been all right. They've been a couple of really nice defensive plays. But what worries me for them is if they're going to get a goal, if they're going to make a play, or they're going to do anything, risk has to be involved. Anything positive from JMSA has to involve one player. So if that player is demoed or just unable to get involved, then they're in a bit of trouble.
That's entirely fair. I gotta agree with you. The second game is very interesting as well. Z-Man was kind of like quieter in first game, then came through and had the most points in second game between defensive performances and offensive performances. At the same time, JMSA, Ninja Brandon, the sub in after game one, came through and had double-digit score, 80 points, I believe. Not a whole lot done on his side. As it is, we getting back to it, Nick Fury and the rest of AHS Team 2 getting aggressive with their demos already. Back hit, beautiful stuff, and rammed in by Fire Phantom.
Yeah, this is not good for JMSA. They're not playing with any defensive cohesion. I mean, they had a little bit of it before, but it seems anything they did have is just gone into the rubble. It's not there anymore. They have no confidence left. They don't think they can win this series. And look, now Allentown is taking full advantage. They're making more passing plays. They're putting it off the backboard. And JMSA are really struggling. That's 3-0 again already.
Yeah, entirely fair, Ocean. Entirely fair. We've been talking a lot about, we've gotten a lot of backstory on Risk. I would love to see the testing action of this freshman player and how he kind of puts the team into the backpack, puts him on his shoulders, moves forward, and maintains the confidence that JMSA had towards the beginning of this first game in this series. That is what I would love to see. As it is, back plays, almost perfect stuff, but Nick Fury plays a picture perfect defense.
And again, he's actually been a player that we kind of got under the radar. Has been making plays, been scoring a lot of goals in this series. Probably top scorer in this series, actually. I haven't been counting myself, but Fire Phantom has been a player that's stepping up a lot here.
And especially his performance has just been very well-rounded. Offense, defense, passing plays, getting demos in, you know, like that bully action, the enforcer. Everything's been showing up for Fire Phantom. Whereas Risk is mega defensive first game, a lot of offense on his shoulders in the second game. Now in the third game, this is just JMSA is just looking for any fortune to storm, my friend. That is a good angle right there, about as close as it gets. And Risk keeping the dream alive, 90 seconds in for JMSA.
They really need that. And yes, it's a lucky goal. It's quite fortunate. It's just a clearance that really just comes up with everything you want it to. Yeah, Allentown, yeah, they could have been better positioned, but I actually like the aggressive positioning from them there because they've been on the front foot all series long.
Oh, what a bad man. I'm sorry, Ocean. That was beautiful.
Oh, yeah, it was. And look who it is. Look who it is. It's Risk.
Who else but Risk? Who else but
He's
Risk?
the fastest player to the ball, and JMSA need him to do more of that. The more of that he does, the better chance they have getting back into this series.
I wonder if anybody would get the reference if I said, he's the fastest kid alive. He's the fastest kid alive.
I doubt
very old, what is that, super bad, I guess, from way back in the day. Maybe our producers of age for knowing that one, who knows. Shout out to Paz as well, helping us out, producing away, making our job better. This was just 3 minutes. Pop plays, top bar, and down ski, and that is a smart cover-up play from Ninja Brandon. That was coming down and hitting the 45-degree angle on our corners that would have had that bounce pretty fast as well into goal, so good job covering that one up. Don't want to give away a very easy goal to literally nothing here, almost halftime with the score time.
With the Ninja Brandon sub, his Risk has been a lot more aggressive when Ninja Brandon has subbed in, he's probably going to get another gun. Oh, he doesn't get another goal there. I thought he was going to score and make it 32. But Ninja Brandon has allowed Risk to play a lot more aggressive. Not the 6-save Risk that we saw in game 1.
No, it is not. Able to kind of flex his wings offensive-wise. That is about as a bad coordination as we've seen so far, my friend. So Ninja Brandon, Risk just get completely tangled up. Absolute bumper to bumper traffic on the I-5 right there. Terrible stuff.
Don't know what the
That's
I-5 is.
It's one of the main interstates in Los Angeles. But that is known for always being clogged up. There's a third. Risk is on the poop. He's got some shimmy shake in his shorts right here. I love it. A11 puts us up on the side. Z-Man misreads this one all day. Risk gets in front of it in a perfect corner play, yields an 85km/h goal. Fantastic stuff. I gotta say that was Risk playing fantastically there, but like I said, Ninja Brandon and Risk getting caught up there between the two, and then nobody really committing for ball afterwards is about as bad a play as you get.
Yeah, it was. But what I think would be nice for JMSA is try and create some of these loose balls, because all the loose balls that I've seen, Risk is the player getting to them. The more of those, the more opportunities you might create.
If you're an Allentown squad, your answer is 2 words. You're not going to find such an easy, awesome answer in this life so often. It's Demo Risk. Demo Risk. You did it a couple times in the first. Every single time you did, especially the time you did it back-to-back, you scored. That is the deal breaker here. That is the tiebreaker. That is the shift that moves momentum to one side to the other. Lead Risk.
He'll probably start playing more defensively as well, which means it's going to be easier for you defensively yourselves, because he's not going to be up and playing aggressive.
That's also a very good point. They always say the best offense is a good defense. The exact opposite of that is true in Rocket League. Best defense is a really, really good offense. Just simply keeping this ball on, shots on, eventually one's going to go in, and as you do that, you just negate any opportunity.
Oh, I thought he was going to make it happen again.
Oh, and that's just a little bit too high. Hate to see it. Hate to see it. Back over to it. 35 seconds. My computer's giving me notifications that it shouldn't be making noise for. 30 seconds. Z-Man popping this one over. Kind of the hesitation there from Fire Phantom, and uncharacteristic as well. Right now, Ocean, we're staring on the barrel of a overtime situation that we have not gotten so far. We almost got blessed with that in the first game between Jose Marti STEM Academy and Allentown High School, but oh, that's A11 who says it. Butts are for pooping, Tugboat. Oh, don't butt me.
Honestly, again, who was that who made that clearance? It
No!
was Risk. It's scoreline as well. Game 1, 4-3 on the buzzer, 0-0 for Allentown. It's happened again in Game 3, but in Game 1 on Game 3 with the 4-3 scoreline. What?
Heartbreak Hotel has been checked into, Ocean. My God, Fire Phantom. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't even laugh. It's just, it is massively ironic. It is the highest comedy that is this life we live, to watch the JMSA Knights come through and just have an electrifying performance through here. Risk just turns it up to 11, cranks the knob off, and throws in the freaking trash. 3 goals off of 4 shots. All of these came off the second half. And then Fire Phantom, just nice, easy plink at 0-0-0, the buzzer beater. Just same exact thing. Same scoreline, same players, same situation, same time. No sudden death for you guys. And the same exact situation in game number 3 to put it away in a 3-0 sweep against JMSA. That's just, that is the divine comedy that we live, my friend.
That was crazy, and you do feel a little bit bad for JMSA because all
Yes.
3 of those games were kind of close. I do feel that the other players
The score difference of 4 across all 3 games.
Yeah,
like
that's very tight. It's almost as tight as you can get, right? I think the other players for JMSA, they do need to step up a little bit, in particular in the other games, you know, and especially if you get to the knockouts, if they do progress through the group stages, they're gonna have to step up massively because Risk cannot do it on their own. As for Allentown, I thought they made a couple really good plays. I thought Phantom was really good and intelligent player. Started a lot of the plays and also finished a lot of them for Allentown. And I did quite like watching them play. I don't think Allentown are as good as Huntington, but I think they might be able to give them a fight.
That is a topic worth discussing, of course, and one that we'll see the definitive answer to based on the battlefield of Rocket League. We will be looking at, I believe, little interview action coming in for you guys from your Allentown squad. Again, we only get winners in the interview box. We'll be back with you guys very briefly as we try to get this one set up one way or another. We'll have Huntington taking on Allentown High School team numero dos. That's team 2. After this interview or not. Stay tuned, because we'll be back in just a minute.
You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. 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 You won't get away. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to.
And we are back here and live. Little interview action coming at you from the EGFH in collaboration with Disney and Walt Disney World. We got Fire Phantom on the horn here. Fire, you with me?
Yes, I am. Thank you for having me.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Only winners in the interview box. This is Fire Phantom from the Allentown High School. The winners off of a 3-0 sweep. So let's keep it Rocket League here at the beginning. We've obviously had a interesting finish there. But I want to ask you specifically, sir, high school now, of course. What year are you in?
Senior year.
Senior year. So next year, what is the goal? What is the move for Fire Phantom?
Going to Penn State for medical.
Penn State. There it is. There it is. Got 2 physician parents and a younger brother in medical school right now. So you will hate your life for the next 10 years or so, but I'm told it's worth it at the end.
What I've been
Ocean.
told.
Yeah, that's really good advice, honestly, and that's honest as well. I've got a couple questions about that series, right? So you were the player, I believe, both times in game 1 and game 3, got the goal on the buzzer, 4-3, breaking the hearts of JMSI. How did those 2 goals in particular fail in this series?
Honestly, it feels good. Obviously, me and my team, as well as other players, work in order to get those shots whenever they come around. We work hard. That way we could score those, and we create plays for each other, just get each other open. Just luckily, we capitalized on all 3 of them.
Good night. I've got a question for you. But your next game, which is the game right after this, we will be saying this. You're playing Huntington High School. They had a very dominant game early on. I believe they averaged 5 goals a game. Are you going to change your mindset at all? Maybe go against a potentially stronger team, or same mindset, just go into it as any other game?
Just any other game. We obviously treat every game the same way. We know that our opponents, regardless that whatever rank they are, they still have the potential to, knock us out of whatever competition we are in. So we just go in the same mindset that we just need to win, regardless what team it is.
All right, that's all good. I'll pass you back to talk about.
Yes, sir. So one last question before we kind of get you out here. I feel like you kind of was playing with the food there, right? 3-3 coming in, game is 1-3. Let them get as much hope as possible. You just dash it in their eyes. Does that feel bad? How do you feel about this?
In full honesty, I'm not even gonna lie. It was a little bit funny. I know my teammates were even asking to 2v3 at some point, but we didn't. We wanted to just keep it more sportsmanship.
Yep.
But here and there, we were just, I guess, playing with the food, like you said, just toying around, just messing around and all that. But when we realized that we needed that last second goal, we focused up, and hopefully we got it.
I wish I could dial those up at command like you guys. I'll just leave it at that. Fire fans, I want to thank you for coming in and give us a minute of your time after the game. Congratulations on this win and good luck on the future. They may not come so easily.
All right, thank you guys.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Allentown High School number 2 taking on our Huntington High. That's the Blue Devils here in just a minute. Stay tuned and don't tune away because I'll take it personally.
On a thread, don't know what's next. I wanna feel alive. I kissed a stranger in a white dress. She put a crown on top of my head. Said every king needs a queen in his bed. I said, hey girl, I'd like to stay here for a while, just you and I. Far from the places we can't get away from. She said, hey boy, I like your style. I'll let you play me for a while. Play me till the sun rises. Play me like a violin. Not coming down, leave my insanity up here in the clouds. Look what we found, oxygen we can breathe. Let the madness slowly undress. Rip the mask off over our heads. We can dive down deeper instead. I said, hey girl, I'd like to stay here for a while, just you and I. Far from the places we can't get away from. She said, hey boy, I like your style. I'll let you play me for a while. Play me till the sun rises. Play me like a violin. Play me till the sun rises. Play me till your hands give in. Play me like a violin. Play me till the sun rises. Play me till you can't hide it. Play me like a violin. Play me till the sun rises. Play me till your hands give in. Play me like a violin. Play me till the
Shadows fall over my heart. I black out the moon. I wait for you to come around. You got me dancing in the dark. I've closed my eyes, but I won't sleep tonight. Baby, you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out. Hey. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, blacked out, black everything, black everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, black. In a nocturnal state of mind, children of the night, but it's the only way of life. It's black holes pulling me inside of this black heart, the black soul underneath this black sky. Baby, you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out. Hey. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, blacked out, black everything, black everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, black. Baby, you should come with me. Me and you and me. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill the lights, hit the lights, let it black out, hit the lights, let it black out. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, blacked out, black everything, black everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, all black, everything, black.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you are? We always leave me. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you are? We always leave me. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. Where am
And we are back. The EGFH Rocket League Championships continues now. We're still in the group stage, but we are getting there. Shout outs to our work that is in collaboration with ESPN and the Walt Disney World Group. FBI Tugboat here, Ocean over there. I did it backwards. Ocean over there. There we go. And we are getting it started in Huntington High School, the Blue Devils, and Allentown High School, AHS.
Substitute for this game, and well, they've started off strong. And if you actually remember back to our first game, our first series of the day with Huntington High School, they looked great. They looked like the best team we've seen so far, but also they had this habit of conceding goals in the first 10 seconds. Well, it's happened again here.
Yeah, that happened multiple times in their matchup against Watertown White. The light at the end of the tunnel for them is that they were able to come back very, very aggressively afterwards, 4-2, 6-1, then 5-0 scoreline-wise there. Jeffro showing up. We interviewed him earlier and kind of showing why he should get the spotlight. Fantastic defensive block there. Polar Bear on defense here, trying to move back to it after some wonky corner plays. A run across the bottom is not going to net Nick Fury anything so far. Now Polar Bear up from the top and does get it past every single one of Allentown High School.
Wow, Polar Bear. You know, we talked about, you know, what actually is a Polar Bear, what to describe it. Well, I want to describe this Polar Bear as absolutely goated Rocket League player. That was awesome. 1-1. That's one way to get back into this game.
Yes, sir. Psycho on the side. Bounce back down to the middle. Jeffro there. Jeffro hitting teammates of this third teammate, pouncing this one up to the top. Again, a low and slow bouncer right there, easily blocked away from your Allentown side right now. Z-Man far in the weeds offensively, setting up something here, but Jeffro also far on the offense as well. Both teams dedicating a player to kind of play in the opposite third, be able to take these offensive opportunities as they come. Nick Fury in the corner here, trying to get some defensive action going and getting Justin up by his teammate. Justin up is not a word, that's okay. 90 seconds in, Nick Fury over. Z-Man trying to go for a run there. No go, no dice so far. Nick Fury again tries something else, and Zyko and the rest of Huntington has been doing a fantastic job so far.
They're keeping the pressure on just like they did in the first series today. They haven't been scoring as much or getting as good goal scoring opportunities, but they're still keeping the pressure on, and that was almost 2-1.
Was indeed. Single-player defenses so far has led to this scoreline being much lower than what it could have been. Back and forth, now going against Allentown for just a second. Now back to it, Polar Bear, pop-up play. Another one here, big pop, nobody across the middle. Excuse me, Jeffro is there all day long, high flying. Redirect, first goal on, first goal in, 2 saves as well as we're 10 seconds away from halftime now, Ocean.
And I wonder if a player like Firefont that we saw play for Allentown in the last series would be up to challenge that, because there was no one there. It was a free shot for Jeffro. It was a very good shot. It was a very difficult ball to get to. But I wonder if Firefont, you know, the player who's being replaced for this match, would have been able to get up and help out.
Maybe theory crafting at this point, Ocean. In the day, score line only differential by 1. Both of these teams, I feel like, feel very good how they've been performing so far. Back into it, Polar Bear popping this one up, no dice so far.
Feel like this is going to be another game where Huntington just pile on the pressure, but just need to score more of their chances, right? That could have been a goal. There was a couple other chances I thought they had that should have been a goal. Well, there's one right there. Jeffro with their fire of the match.
Yes, sir. So, Jeffro, was that the third or second that Jeffro's put in?
I think, no, sorry, Polar Bear scored the first one, right?
Oh,
yeah.
okay, gotcha. Yeah, so Jeffro's still showing up a lot of different ways. Second for him, though, so it has been a bit of a more, like, even performance from this side of Huntington than we maybe have saw at the beginning, because last time it really was just the Jeffro show all day long. It's back over to it.
They're constantly there.
It really has been. The defense, again, Allentown is not going to get scored against like they did previously. Big plays across the middle. Jeffro showing up right there, kind of getting in very, very last. Don't want to give up their second so easily. Now on the offense here, hitting corners, bouncing off of corners. Polar Bear forced to come all the way back. I think he did actually get a bit of a touch on that, but it was not the full hit and redirect that he wanted. Back over to it. Z-Man covering this one up and sending it flying back to the right corner. Nick Fury up for it, just a little bit too high, a little bit lower, would have been on point and forced the hand of defenders. Z-Man with a round-around play on this, back up to the middle. Polar Bear covers it up just in the nick of time and gets a claw on that one.
It's time to go again. It's time to attack. It's time to score goals. That's exactly what Huntington wants to do. They've done it in their first series, and they're doing it again now.
Ooh, Polar Bear. After all that, right? Like, for all this high-flying back and forth right here, it just leads to Nick Fury not getting a hit that he needed right there. He gets a big hit to the left side, especially in front of him. You could have seen this Allentown squad go on a run and score of their own. As it is, a non-issue. Huntington with a 3-score lead at 35 seconds left or so. Not good looks if you're an Allentown High School fan.
Yeah, not really. I think they're struggling with White Fire Fountain here. Here's another chance for Huntington. I do feel like they still need to score a couple more than they have been, but they are absolutely relentless on the attack. I've thoroughly enjoyed watching them play in both series we've seen of them on stream.
Yeah, what we got, Watertown White taking on JMSA after this. Huntington JMSA going to battle again after that, and then Allentown taking on Watertown White, and the rest of our group stage here for Group 3. Pool still fully active. Game 1 going down. Huntington has won it 4-1 fashion. Pretty dominant. I mean, the biggest we've seen so far is 6-1 on stream, so not necessarily a situation like that. That was Huntington versus Watertown earlier, but either way, AHS2 falls first in game number 1. Where I want to pull the attention to is kind of the massive differential in points here, right? Jeffro, 570. More than 100 points lower than that. Polar Bear, even though he's got pretty much the same score, like score lines outside of saves and assists. And then Zyko, only 2 shots on, like thirding up from 460 at 174. Got the Soccer Senpai tag. Showed that off earlier, Ocean, but not so much in this game 1 against Allentown.
Required to do much, not really. Allentown, other than the first 10 seconds of the game, which we know Huntington aren't great at those opening kickoffs, right? And they got three times in 4 games they've conceded in the first 10 seconds. But other than that, Huntington have been really solid, not just offensively, but defensively. But we do want to talk about their offense because it is so good. 4 goals game 1, 6 goals game 2, 5 goals game 3 in the first series, and here they scored 4 again. They are relentless on offense. I just want to see more of this team.
I mean, really, especially what a game 2 on the stream, JMSA, that was Allentown. That was a score difference total of 4 across those 3 games. 3-4 in game 1, 1-3 in game 2, and 3-4 in game number 3. The like you mentioned earlier, that is about as low as a differential score-wise as you're gonna get. Back to it. Full 5-minute clean slate right now for Huntington and Allentown.
Chance, right? Another chance that Huntington just don't put away. That's something they will have to clean up. I think they have been the best team we've seen so far today, but they need to clean up those little chances, because if they don't score those later on in the tournament, they will be in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, up close and personal, and that's an own goal, isn't it?
It looked like it to me, but yeah, ball comes in from Zyko from the side. Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a very, not pretty own goal.
Nick Fury came up and was trying to hit this one up and to the right, gets a poor angle on it. The left is where it ends up. Hate to see it. 1-0 for Huntington. Again, Allentown giving up some of these earlier, but those are going to be heartbreaking if that continues.
It's ridiculous. I would not like to be defending against this Huntington team.
Absolutely not. Oh my god.
Like, okay.
But don't say that polar bears are going extinct. At least not too polar bear. Fantastic stuff right there. Wow, Zyko with a just snipe shot down bottom. This player is going to be lucky there. Had their wheels on the ground. Back on over. 60 seconds is Huntington now getting a little bit of offensive pressure again. They've succeeded in making this not a long affair, and either way, and that's again the factor here. Polar Bear up. Polar Bear had a fantastic centering play, even though his wasn't on point, and no teammates there with which to make the shot. Perhaps cohesion, an issue showing up for the Huntington Blue Devils.
I feel like they kind of feel this game might be a little bit too
Now,
free, to be honest. Like
that was another situation right there. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean,
Like-
realistically, like, they should be scoring more, but I feel like they're not passing as much as they were in the first series, and they're kind of just trying for individual goals. Like they wouldn't do this in the first series.
Exactly. Like, if we'd freeze framed for a second earlier, that was Zyko and Polar Bear that line up and just come flying at this ball as well, and I'm not sure what the comms were, but resulted in neither player really getting a solid hit on this. No, they didn't interact with each other, but these are cohesion issues. They cannot be allowed to continue. The EGF Rocket League Nationals. 250. Z-Man out. Polar Bear there. Polar Bear did not get the full hit on it, and Zyko just goes flying into the ether. Back on over. Ryzen. We haven't talked about him a lot. Getting involved in the offense now. Back on over to it. Z-Man up. Z-Man barely gets blocked out by Zyko. Battle the Z's right there, Ocean. Back on out to it. On a run here. Ryzen Eclipse getting it up and almost past one. And Jeffro with a perfect touch right there. It's going to be a second for Huntington.
It's more like it. That's the Huntington I know. Cross comes in from Polar Bear. It's brilliant. Jeffro, finish a little bit sloppy, but it's exactly where you wanted. It's past all the players. Allentown can't do anything about that, and that's what we like to see from Huntington. Nice passing plays, aggressive passing plays, putting your opponent on the back foot. That's what they're good at. Don't want to see any of these individual plays that they can do, but it doesn't quite work as often as it should.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, these are... Oh my, I was going to say, Nick Fury almost getting embarrassed right there. And does Zyko rocketing in the third for the side of Huntington. Zyko's second.
This Huntington team is really, really good. I know you're all home and watching it. You're watching these series with us. No, I know. This Huntington team is here to win this tournament. Not just get through the group stages and win every game. They are just going to dominate. That's what they want to do, and they're going to continue to do it by the looks of things.
Ooh. Jeffro almost puts this one in like he's going on a nice, easy, leisurely Sunday stroll, but that's going to be Zyko that connects with a teammate again. Game number 1 was a 4-1. Not a stomp, but a relative win. That is looking like it's going down the same one for Huntington to put a bow on number 2.
But Huntington is like, over the course of the series, they seem to step up a couple of gears, right? They only scored 4 in both the game ones, of their series so far, but they seem to just go up another notch every single individual game, and that can only help you as you get further in the tournament.
The simple fact of Huntington keeping almost all this time in the offense just like that, they're over there again. Was that a pinch with Z-Man? I think it was. Zykow covering this one up right now. Polar Bear coming in and whiffing at it. Not gonna get a fish that time. Zykow again just reads this perfectly. Uses this off angle and ball momentum to just put that one up as players from Allentown looking lost in the sauce.
Call it a quiet game one of this series. They've got 4 goals this time around. 4 goals this time around. That's 4 of this. That's 80% of the goals Huntington scored this round. I think they must have hired us.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Jeffro over. Jeffro just a tiny bit too high. So 2. 1 minute up. Rising Eclipse out. Rising Eclipse having a decent time out. Coming off the sub bench here for Allentown. Like Fury. Pushing this to the corner. Polar Bear kind of dancing with him over here. And Polar Bear easily puts up the 6th now. That's 4 shots on. That's 4 assists. That's his first actual goal in. But this is a Huntington High School that is on top in every way, shape, and form.
I'm sorry, for me, that's a massive shock. That was a tight angle. There were 3 players back there that could have got there, and it just squeezes in. It's a nice shot from Polar Bear, but realistically, my shot comes from how are you not keeping that on? The defense for Allentown needs to get sorted, because otherwise this is going to be a lot more than 6 goals.
Beautiful the way that Zyko set up Polar Bear right there. Fantastic stuff. 18 seconds or so. We can say that this game 2 is done and dusted, but not the series, because Allentown will still have an opportunity after this one in this best of 5, of course, as long as my very simple math is proving me, or proving correct, helping me out. I don't know. That's hard. 2 seconds.
Math is hard.
Math is hard.
Yeah, I mean, in these 2 seconds, nothing's really going to happen. Another 6-goal game for Huntington. They've been relentless. They've been really, really strong. You know, you are saying it is mathematically possible for Allentown to get into this, but is it really? Because 4-1, 6-0, you're not coming back from that, especially when this Huntington team just continues to rise through the gears. You've just had to sub in one of your players. You've got 2 critical sub out one of your players. Sorry, They got 2 critical goals in the last series. It's really rough now for Allentown though. I don't see a way they get back into this series. I think what they have to do now is prepare for the rest of the day.
They have 5 minutes to do it, but a 6-0, we'll call it a stomp, does not inspire hope. It does not inspire joy within one's evaluation of this game, unfortunately. Not out of it yet. Again, these are pools. These are not single elimination. There's lots of Rocket League to be played for the EGF Nationals. Now, high school-wise here, it's continuing to get going. Love to see it. Starting game number 3 here in just a bit. Player to watch has been Jeffro for the side of the Blue Devils consistently through here. There's no reason to believe that that is not the case in next. Gotta say, I was a little bit kind of surprised. Z-Man, is a fantastic player. Not saying that I'm surprised that he's on top, but I was kind of surprised that Nick Fury really wasn't getting as much done in the previous as well. But gonna see how Allentown adjusts. We continue on with this performance, or how they come out on top here in game number 3. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna have to be the full reverse sweep now. Is that on point? No, it's not. It's way too high. I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Honestly, this player here, Jeffro, that we're watching now, has really impressed me. Not only with the gameplay we're seeing, but maturity, right? What they were saying, the little information they were giving us before this event started, but also the interview we conducted with Jeffro. Really calm and collected. Seems like a great person to have around the team environment. Really impressed, and they almost got a chance there, almost a quick and easy goal for them.
Free and easy on the way we go. It's a song sung by Huntington, maybe not so much from Allentown. Polar Bear, Rockets in the first right here, up close and personal, and once again, Allentown has had the thumb screws put to them after 2 players double up there, and Z-Man's not on the ground to get up to this one. Hate to see it.
tiny bit, I'm sure Huntington are just going to keep going, keep putting the pressure on, just get as many goals as possible, try and set records. But my thing's down a bit. This team looks a class above the rest, doesn't it, Tucker, right? They look so good. They're scoring goals. Apart from their kickoffs, they're not really conceding much. It's been awesome to watch them. I don't know what your opinion is on them.
At the end of the day, Huntington High is 4-1-6-0 against Allentown. Allentown, a squad that this was not an easy affair for them to take down Jose Martin STEM Academy. And with only one other team in this pool, in this group 3 right here, I think that's a very fair statement, Ocean.
Yeah,
Water's wet, sky's blue, and Allentown High School is the best team performance-wise today.
I mean, there's another goal. So, like, you know, we're just talking about how good they are, and
Yeah,
the game seemed to be slowing down, and they could just get another goal. It just happens.
2-0. I said that backwards. Water's wet, sky's blue, and Huntington is probably the best here, especially after what they did to Watertown earlier. Honestly, I mean, if Huntington gets 5 goals in this one, and Allentown gets 2, then that'll be the same exact scoreline ending up that Huntington High put against Watertown White in game number 1 on stream. So, like we said, as of right now, this is not like an unsurmountable lead by any means, and Huntington is not like far and away the best. It's not like the other team is not getting opportunities, but other teams will have to perform much better if they want to make that a non-issue.
Yeah, excellent. I feel like a lot of it comes from just the way they play. They pass it around. They make it difficult for you. They put you under pressure. It's not just how good they are mechanically. It's just game plan wise. They've got a game plan going into each game.
And we've kind of seen how that's evolved as well. Yeah, Jeff on here was talking about that a little bit. Maybe get him back in again, one of the other players for Huntington High, if they do take this W. About halftime now, to score 2 goals, definitely doable. This is way less of like a huge win for either squad that we've seen so far in stream.
Allentown, with their new sub, have kind of settled down a little bit more. They're defending a little bit better. There's not as many double commits as there were previously. It's an improvement from Allentown.
For sure. Getting down to that 2 minutes now. 57, 55. Zykow up. Polar Bear blocking that one away. Polar Bear now on a run. Over to the side, gets that past Z-Man. Actually, Z-Man's little hit there kind of helped that out, but fighting for it towards the Allentown third. Jeffro up. Jeffro popped that one down. This is Allentown's opportunity, and nobody is in the box. Ryzen covers this one up, but that's going to be easily blocked away from Zykow.
The Allentown squad are a little bit nervous to get aggressive, try and go forward, right? That was a pretty good opportunity for them to get to a loose ball and put their opponents under pressure, but they just didn't want to. They were too scared to walk forwards, because as soon as you do, there's a goal.
Oh, man. And that's Polar Bear's third right here. Third shot attempt, third goal made in. I think that said 3 saves as well. That's just hat tricks all the way around from this guy.
And it's a third goal as well. Like, it is just a third goal of the game. They've scored all 3 of the goals. And I also like now, yeah, Jeffro is kind of like the clear individual, the leader on this team. You can kind of tell by the way they did the interview and what we actually already know about this team. But they all hold their ground in game. It's not like what we've seen in the previous match where Risk was having to do everything. Was a terrific player and was absolutely amazing, a joy to watch, but it was also kind of a struggle watching them trying to do everything, and honestly it was a little bit of a lost cause at points.
No, that's entirely fair. Team-based game. Yeah, obviously you're always going to have, one player kind of excel throughout any, just, numerologically had better numbers. Risk really did have that it factor, as they say. 30 seconds, definitely possible. Gonna have to take this away from Jeffro right now, send along the other side and start an offensive push that ends in a goal in about the next 5-6 seconds or so. Nick Fury over the side, pops that one up and over. Ryzen comes up to it, doesn't get there in time though. Time burning out the clock, does not go in the way of
It's not really, like, it's not possible. And with the way Allentown have been playing this entire last game of the series, it's just been defense, let's not concede 6. And to be fair, their defense has been much improved, and that's a positive they can take. Another positive they could take is they won their previous series. They still have a win on the board, and they've got to use that win on the board now the rest of the day to have any confidence, because that was a beatdown they've just experienced, and
This
it's
is
hard
very,
to come
very
back
fair.
from that.
I've been there before, Ocean. I know you game as well a lot too. Just being down bad, as the kids say, and just kind of putting that one as a non-issue in the back of your mind, and forth and performing again. As it is, Huntington High coming in 2-0 in today's group stages. This is Group 3. And Allentown now dropping to 1-1 after their W against Jose Martin STEM Academy. We will be getting a little bit of interview action going in here in just a second. We'll be back with you guys as we set those up. Games wise, we'll have Watertown White taking on the JMSA Atomic Knights. That's Jose Martin STEM Academy. Don't tune away. We'll be right back with you guys.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere, I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
And we are live here. A little interview action coming at you. We got Polar Bear here to come in and give us a minute of his time after the game. Polar Bear, you with me?
I am indeed.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. So I'll start you off, get you a question. Ocean will ask you a couple, get a bit of that big brain mind, and then we'll thank you and get you on out of here. But to start this one off, again, we just saw this performance here. Very impressive stuff. What, 4-1-6-0-3-0. So holding Allentown to like 10 minutes of play without a single score. I want to ask you, as a senior in high school, what are the plans for the future are?
All right. So I plan to study bioengineering at Northeastern University. I'm very, very excited for that. I plan on ultimately going into cell and tissue engineering, as well as participating in the Rocket League esports. Science has been a big part of my life, as video games, and I really enjoy both of those pursuits, and Northeastern fits me the best. So I'm excited to continue my academic and personal career, I guess, at Northeastern.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ocean?
All right. Asking some questions about the tournament, how the tournament's been going, and a couple of questions about yourself as well. So you're 2-0 now, two pretty dominating displays. I think you've only conceded 4 goals to go as far, and I've lost count how many goals you gamers have scored between you.
Yeah.
How do you feel today's gone so far? Those first 2 opening matches.
So I will tell you, my teammates and I have been putting in a lot of hours this past week, just kind of grinding because we really wanted to win. Like we want to win badly. And so like last night, I think we were on for probably like 7 hours, just grinding, working on rotations, going over replay reviews, just talking amongst ourselves about how we can improve ourselves and become better individuals and better players. And to be honest, when I look at our performances in these past few games, I think that's well on display. You know, I truly feel like every single one of us has been playing up to or above our potential. You know, it's great. It's great.
Awesome. And actually, I want to talk to you about the relationship between you and your teammates here. I know you and Jabba are both senior and going over to Northeastern as well, so that's awesome.
Yeah.
But for this tournament, you want to go and win it all. You're certainly putting up the numbers to say that, yeah, we're going to go win it all. We are a threat to everyone. Tell me about your teammates. Talk to me about the relationship. I know you've been grinding a lot, but tell me, who's the leader, who keeps everyone cool. Just talk to me about the atmosphere inside your team.
Most certainly. So first off, I have to give a huge shout out to my teammates, Jeffro and Selvin. Jeffrey rather and Selvin. Playing with them has been like a tremendous pride of mine because a lot of times I've played games, I've never really been able to get serious with the people that I'm playing with. I play with friends casually, and every single one of them comes in and brings a different attitude, but we all come in with the same unilateral goal in mind to win and to succeed and to have a good time with each other. Jeffrey is very cool headed. He keeps everything calm and he plays the game straight. And he's creative when he plays. So he sets up opportunities and he knows very well how to react. Selvin is our defensive anchor. He absolutely holds it down on defense and takes care of business, sets up me and Selvin, and finishes everything that he needs to. And I just kind of challenge at a whim and try to go along by what they're doing.
Awesome.
So-
Okay, I'm going to pass you back to talk about.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting there, Polar Bear, kind of the dynamic between you guys. You mentioned there that you've been grinding the game for a while, but unless I'm wrong, kind of got the feeling that when you had friends, people that didn't necessarily have the same competitive end goal in mind, that the performance wasn't exactly up to par with where you wanted to be. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Gotcha. So obviously, you and the other young man, Jeffrey, coming into your professional lives, your collegiate lives at Northeastern University, but still keeping the dream alive and keeping what you have found here in high school at Huntington High alive as well. Rocket League wise, going to be moving into that. Now, is it fair to assume that you guys will be showing up the Northeastern Rocket League squad if they'll have you?
Oh yeah, I think Jeffrey will make it on their starting lineup a lot quicker than I will. Jeffrey's just probably one of the craziest players I have ever played with. I'm a little bit below him, and I don't know. I'm so excited. It's really exciting to have Jeffrey, and just like the idea of the esports can continue, and that I can continue to pursue this like not just creative, but like this engaging passion that's new and exciting with people who are like-minded individuals.
Love to hear it. Love to hear
Yeah.
it. Yes, you definitely live in more unique times. I am significantly older than you, and 12 years ago, when I was hiking off to college, competitive esports was not a thing. We'll say.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, but
It's
yourself?
just I don't know. It's incredible. You know, I play lacrosse. I'm a big lacrosse guy. I play Huntington lacrosse. I've done like a lot of sports all throughout my like high school and youth career,
Mhm.
and being able to take that to something like this and apply that competitive mindset, especially in something that I enjoy so immensely, it's unrivaled.
You heard it here first. Polar Bear, I want to thank you for coming on in and giving us a minute of your time after the game.
No problem. Thank you so
Yes, sir.
much.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Congrats on this previous win. Now 2-0. We'll be playing another one here and be trying to keep it 3-0. We have up next, though, that is Watertown White taking on the JMSA Atomic Knights. Will we get that action started here in just a minute? Don't tune away, because we'll take it personally.
Yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. I'll find you in my
back in here and live. The EGFH, that's the Electronic Gaming Federation high school side, is live here again. We got Watertown White taking on JMSA. That is Jose Martin STEM Academy going to battle here in the group stages. Still in pools, a lot of Rocket League to be played, Ocean.
Interesting, because as far as I'm aware, we haven't had any other games. Waterton and JMSA, 0-1.
Yes.
They're both played one game and lost it themselves. So that's interesting now for me to see. Should these teams who, come off difficult games are going to now get back into it, get a win on the board, and try and challenge Allentown? That's what these teams need to do. Because Allentown, they just came off of a fresh battering. I think that's safe to say that it was not a pretty game. JMSA, of course, lost to Allentown, and of course Waterton losing to Huntington. So which of these teams is going to get a win on the board and actually make a push to get into the future stages of this tournament?
Yeah, so just as a kind of bit of a recap here on our Group 3 stage for our pools thus far. 4-2, 6-1, 5-0. This is the scoreline between the Huntington Blue Devils and Watertown White on the beginning. Obviously not seen Watertown and JMSA go to battle yet, but JMSA simply performed a lot better in the 3-0 sweep that they faced against Allentown. That was 3-4, almost went to overtime if you remember, Ocean. 1-3 in game number 2, and then 4-3 again that Allentown did to them. Same exact situation. The buzzer beater, 000 on the clock. No more. Can't let this hot potato hit the ground. And that was both times Fire Phantom rocketing that one in from a middle position to take the lead and deny any sort of sudden death situation towards the end. If you're looking at the two if you're trying to draw parallels between these two teams, who did, of course, face different teams. Watertown faced Huntington, JMSA faced Allentown. JMSA just simply did it a little bit better than that initial game. I can't imagine these are teams that are not playing and staying warm throughout our competitions, the times between and whatnot. We'll just be kind of seeing how that comes into play here and how JMSA shows up against your Watertown White squad here in just a couple minutes.
Well, this is interesting now for me, right? Which of these teams wants to get playoffs? Which of these teams has already given up? I mean, of course, Waterton, they've played the more difficult opponent. They've played Huntington. That's out of the way. Whereas the other roster, of course, they had a little bit of a chance to get a win, which couldn't make it happen.
Try as they might. Getting into it, though, it's Klutzy now, the new player for Watertown, it seems. Klutzy, Risk, and the rest of JMSA showing up the same. Low and fast roller for Risk puts up the first score in this game. Looks like Risk is going to be a name that we're saying a lot here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was in previous series. I think Risk is just a player to watch out for, right? They are absolutely immense at the game, and they're continuing it into this series as well.
Apologies there. Klutzy is the new player for JMSA, not the other way around. Snooky, 2 centimeter, and I believe that's the same Chief Bear 85. Yes, it is for Watertown. Back on over to it. Klutzy covering this one up, sending that the wrong way, unfortunately. Risk and A11. Back on over to this one, popping up. That's a nice centering play. Klutzy on over. That is some fantastic pass play. Something we have not necessarily seen out of this squad quite so far. Did get away from him a little bit. That's not a solid hit. Klutzy getting on over to the right, covering it up, making it a non-issue. Risk. What fantastic ball handling. Gotta get to this corner and gotta make something of it. And just like that again, Chief Bear just completely dashes what is otherwise a perfect dribble up the middle to have gotten off a really solid offensive start, just like that. Pressure goes against him. This ball goes back to the middle court. That's a shot all day long, and that's Risk. That's why we say his name.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous what this player could do. The flick of a button, press of a button, flick of a switch. Almost said that phrase backwards, but the point is, Risk is a great player, right? That's 2 goals, kind of out of nothing. That's what Risk is able to do. The other players still need to step up around them because you can't just have Risk versus Waterton. That's not a series. It needs to be a 3-on-3. That's what Rocket League is. It's a 3-on-3 game.
I agree completely. Bloodsy back over to it. Bouncing play. Almost got away from the side of Watertown on that one, Ocean.
Yeah, I think Clut's coming in here. Actually is helping Risk. Risk has looked a lot more free in this series. Look, 3-0. Someone else has actually scored for JMSA.
A11 right here. Yeah, so that's going to be kind of set up. So 2-centimeter deleter. Unfortunately, it just seems like he's had these situations many a time here, Oceans. A shot coming in. He just barely misplays this so that he kind of flips backwards. It hits and gets a bad backwards kind of diagonal left or right angle on it. Sets up a opponent right there and leads to a score. Saw that a few times, but hey, there you go, showing up with the deletion there against A11, little demo action.
This game is looking pretty good. It's looking a lot better from JMSA, isn't it?
I know, man. Risk can just do this from anywhere, can't he?
Yeah, he is just a top tier player. I could argue he's not on the top tier team. We're yet to see that. Yeah, I mean, we could see JMSA versus Huntington later on and see how Risk gets on against those players. Because it's safe to say those players are quite a bit better than some of the other options in this tournament. But it looks so much better here, JMSA.
There's the 5th shot, 4th goal in for Risk. Perhaps we have found which team is going to be coming up on top here. And that's a score away from tying the biggest run that we've seen. That was Huntington on Allentown last game.
What's crazy to me, this 5-0 scoreline against Waterton is better than what Huntington was putting. So clearly this substitution, JMSA, it is working out for them. I think it's safe to say.
Especially given that Huntington has done a lot more with the same amount, like the same 2 games played. I have to agree with you there, Ocean. 2 CM, rest of blue, that's Watertown. Trying to get over to this. Ha! Blue, Watertown. Maybe that makes sense.
Is it?
Blue, water's blue or
Water
whatever.
is blue.
That's
in
the
most
color,
places.
yeah. I guess that's like the color I associated with. 2 CM.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure water's meant to be clear.
Yeah. Well, why does the oceans appear to be blue then? Well, I mean, I guess it's just stuff and it's more blue than anything else. I'm not really sure. Kind of one of those like, why
I
is
think it's
the...
like a sunlight thing. I'm not sure either. But what I am sure of is Risk is absolutely unbelievable at this game. 6-0. Most of it has just been Risk.
Risk all day, risky business. Cheese bear, left side. Let's see, run over to it. Popping this one up. Almost set up for members of Watertown. Now nobody is back here. A11 will have... Oh, okay. Actually kind of finds himself a little bit unsure-footed, I guess. As he was coming up to this, he had boost and everything, but just really, I guess, moving a little bit too fast for comfort on this. Wasn't able to correct his car quickly and didn't result in the 7th score. Not that JMSA needs it.
I think this game 1 is over and done with. Waterton, I mean, most importantly, they just need to settle down, get into the next game, more positive mindset. It's been a rough couple of games. They just need to settle down though. On to the next game with a little bit of hope, with a bit of a game plan, try and figure out a weakness, and then maybe something will go right for you. Because, I mean, I'll tell you one thing for sure. JMSA as a team are not completely perfect. Risk as a player is a great player, but isn't completely perfect.
Yeah, just one man at the end of the day. He is a freshman, 14, 15 years old, something like this. And he is doing fantastically, but I have to see a lot more in this, especially against other teams, excuse me. Watertown, not out of this one yet, of course, is best of 5. Still have at least 2 more games. Perhaps it's a little bit of stream jitters, perhaps it's just apprehension to play against a squad like JMSA. Whatever it is, you're going to have to delete that from the mental as 2CM puts in an own.
Yeah, 2CM is really been struggling today. I mean, yeah, you're going against opponents like Huntington, players like Risk, and a much better JMSA than we saw previously, right? This is a much improved performance from JMSA. We haven't seen this from them before. 7-0, we were not close to saying this in the previous game, which they actually lost, by the way. they did not look like this previously.
This is fair. Game is called. 7 scores, 11 seconds, impossible. Klutzy and the rest of JMSA will be putting on a nice hat after this one. An absolute thrashing in game number 1. And again, that is, of course, the largest score differential we've seen on stream today. We've gotten all 0-3s, all sweeps. Not for lack of trying. Got a couple 4-3 score lines in the JMSA Allentown's game there, but 7 unanswered scores will be the the most dominant one-sided game, not just game 1, but game period so far on the EGFH stream.
You know what's really interesting to me? MSA against Watertown looking extremely strong. That's that 7-0, that goal differential is actually probably going to matter for them a lot, because I think it's pretty safe to say, after today, it's going to be 3-0 Huntington, 1-2 record, 1-2 record, 1-2 record, right? They're all going to beat each other.
Yep.
Right? So that sort of really close group is going to be eventually decided by goals. So that's going to really help those random goals for Risk in game against Allentown. That's going to help them. And that 7-0, that masterclass from Risk, is again going to help them.
I can agree with you. When you have this pool play set up, the round robin with only 3 opponents, and so you play all of them, it seems, I believe, right? Everybody plays 3 games? Yeah, because everybody plays 3 games. Interesting stuff. But there's no guarantee with that format that any team is going to come out in 3-0. With the way that this has been shaking out, though, the way Allentown has been coming out on top, just thrashing their opponents left, right, and center, pretty clear that's going to be the 3-0. Fortunately, we're not going to get another team that's probably going to come out 3-0. Well, I guess it's impossible with the pool play, but with the round robin. Round bird thing. Round robin. We play everybody that can possibly make it to the playoffs in your group. 1-0 now for JMSA. They came much slower on this one. We're not necessarily seeing anything from Watertown that would lead us to believe that it is not what is on the docket.
Town and the performance in this game, you would kind of feel like they're not really trying to win. They're not really trying to score goals. They're kind of fighting to stay in the series. And Risk is loving that. Risk and even the rest of JMSA, we see A11 having a better series now. They've got so much space to work with because of how defensive and how reactive and how slow their opponents are playing, because it seems they're almost scared to challenge this JMSA roster.
Yeah, we saw it earlier. I'm sure the Watertown saw it as well. JMSA was playing up on against Allentown. Elite Risk. Sounds like I'm an insurance salesman. You got to minimize your risk. Delete risk. Simply demolish it. Frequently, and things like this will not happen so easily.
Right, this has been really strong from JMSA. For a time, they're now starting to create a couple more chances, make a couple more plays, but it's not really going well for them. They have struggled with creating chances. Man. And JMSA are just getting better and better at it. That's another goal. 3 for this game. They had 7 in the previous one. They've already scored 10 in this series, and we are, 6-7 minutes in?
Yep, just shy of 7 minutes in. Scoreless Watertown thus far. Yeah, I gotta agree with you a lot there. I want to see Watertown come back. I would love to see them score up a quick double right there. That was almost it as well. Again, Risk isn't there. Risk gets deleted off the rip from one of the Watertown members. Wasn't pushing ball. That probably would have been their first goal. Delete Risk. Can't say it enough.
Yeah, look at that ball in as well. That's just magical. If you play like a Huntington player, or any sort of player, you just sense that chance. Risk is just creating everything. But Waterton, they're starting to find some openings now, right? They're starting to get some chances, particularly on the counter-attack, and there's one of those openings. And they finally put it in.
I do love that animation, that goal animation there. Signs of life here from our Watertown squad. Love to see it. 2CM to leader coming in just outside halftime, putting up the first for his squad. 2-score lead. Much, much more manageable.
Yeah, and that's actually something in the first series we saw Watertown against Huntington. You know, all their openings came from little counterattacks. They were defending pretty well, right? And then they had little openings, and they never really took any of them. They just took one there, and maybe that's a sign for them that we're going to see more of. Hopefully it is.
Man, and so that's an example of counting this ball out. You got to play it regardless, right? You got to play it till the buzzer stops or whatever else like that. 2CM instead comes up on the wall and comes in at this and goes for the rebound instead of trying to block away a ball that wasn't going to be going in regardless. We'd still be playing. We'd still see 3-1.
Of that, the goal is still very strong. It just showcases what this player can do. I don't even need to say their name. You know who I'm talking about. When JMSA are playing, you know I'm talking about Risk when I'm saying something positive.
Yes, we are not risk aversive. Like, again, I think some insurance policies are supposed to be rated as good if they're risk aversive. Oh, GCM deleter, almost with a fast open ball as well, but this one's going to be blocked away for the time being. Snooki tapping this one over. Snooki, there's the risk demo, the first one so far. Very wonky, off-centered approach of this ball yields another middle ball as Klutzy runs this up to blue. Yes, so now solidly in blue's third. Snooki, weaker hit away. Risk with a hit over. That's a little bit too far, but Chief Bear continues the momentum to the left side. Redirected, Snooki back to the middle with a solid hit, actually getting him out in front of a 11 over. Risk easily counters this one and puts it to the right of this offender, so no answer capabilities for that. Klutzy up and over. Klutzy gets a defensive block. It was a little bit slower, but didn't need a full redirect on that.
Since at this point, this game is probably over. The series definitely is, and we're starting to see some signs of life from Waterton, not just in how they're playing, but their individuals as well, right? You know, they are creating some counterattacks. Their players are also starting to create some dribbles and, have a little bit more fun with it. Starting to create a little bit more.
It's all about creating those opportunities. Risk shuts that one down. 6 shots and 4 in, I believe it said. Crazy stuff from Risk. Again, there was a single demo that came onto him earlier. I believe that was one of the first 4 of the game. Simply continue those on. JMSA does not play the same when Risk isn't on the field.
Absolutely, right? Talk about the numbers here. I think Risk scored 5 in game 1. I scored 4 now in game 2. That's 9 goals. This team scored 13 goals in these two games of the series, right? They were not playing like this earlier. And they just seem to be have so much more confidence than they did previously. I want to know what has gone on for JMSA between Series 1 and Series 2, because this is night and day difference.
Just as fair. As of right now, we can assume another JMSA player coming in to talk with us. Definitely have that as a question if they do get there. Not over yet, though. 45 seconds. Physically possible to get 6 goals, but not going to be an easy feat for anybody.
A bit realistically, right? Like, not much here to analyze. There's not much here, to talk about. Not much going on, right? It's just JMSA. They're playing comfortably. They're trying to give Risk the ball as much as possible. On Watertown, they're trying to do as much as they can, right? This game's over. This series is almost over, and just as you think Watertown, could get a little bit of a confidence boost, it's saved off the line.
Yeah. JMSA, another dominant win here. 7-0 is the first one. Is going to be similar, but not the exact same. 7-1 there. So 14 goals for JMSA across 2 games. 9 of them coming from the player Risk. Watertown putting up only 1 on the other side, unfortunately. Taking it to the numbers, this can no more directly be shown to have a difference than the total amount of shots for Watertown being 5. Risk coming in with 6 on his own, a 9 on the day with the team.
Now starting to settle in that this JMSA team are scoring goals and they're doing it well. It's starting to settle in that they are a really strong team. And this, brings to me 2 questions. One, where was this earlier? Because I'll tell you what, they would have beaten Allentown with this play. guaranteed, they were playing like this against Valentine, they would have won that series. Full stop, no question about it. And I was worrying for JMSA is later on. Their next game is going to be Huntington.
5 seconds into this one, it's not unfamiliar to JMSA or Huntington to get these early goals. Wasn't exactly something that JSMA was able to pull off earlier. But yeah. 1-0 now. This third game against Watertown.
Yeah, and now the group picture becomes really interesting because Watertown will play Valentine and we will see JMSA versus. And I think now that's going to be a really interesting game because now JMSA have a lot more confidence, giving Risk the ball, they're creating a lot of chances versus a Huntington team that just have been the best so far today, in class above. That's going to be an interesting matchup, and it's also going to be telling for the records at the end, right? Because we could be seeing a three-way tie with it being goal differential, right?
Oh yeah,
between
that's a very good
Valentine,
point.
Watertown, and SI. These goals and this performance might be enough for them to get through. Because if you remember, their game against was very, very close. Each lost the 2-4-3s after the buzzer, for example. Like, this is good for JMSA in terms of standings.
Yeah, so JMSA, like, yes, losing a game, but only having a score differential down of 4 across those 3 games, and then coming through with 15 so far in this, looking up against 1. Like you said, if it goes down to tiebreaker situations and goals scored on, that'll be the big stuff right there. Big stuff, and like really will provide them a lot of value. A11, rest of JMSA having a much tougher time getting on this one, and perhaps I spoke too soon. Risk just doing Risk things.
Better though from JMSA. A11's looked a lot more comfortable this series. They wouldn't have hit that sort of crossing in the previous series against Valentine. They seem to be playing with a lot more confidence. Additionally, it must be awesome to have a player like Risk. If you put that ball in that danger zone, it's going to be a goal and Risk is going to be there.
Danger zone. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Risk is all over this board at all times and all ways. Bouncing back on over towards blue. Chief Bear gets this one up. This bounces back middle. Klutzy and gonna come back for boost, but the rest of JMSA is not staying on this ball. Now Klutzy up close there. Risk gets deleted. First open shot here for a while. Snooki on the other side, the receiving side. Gotta get excited when Risk is not on this field. Especially if you're Dana Watertown.
Yeah, they're starting to play more into this game again. We actually saw in the last 2 minutes of the previous game in the series, they were starting to create something, they were starting to at least go forward, and they got a goal as well in the previous game. And of course, game 1, we can't really say that about them, but they're starting to liven up again in this game, and maybe, just maybe, they can snatch a goal or snatch a result and try and get back into this.
I had a temporary joint of another producer there with Juke Action. Shout out to him. 2:11 on the clock here, 2-0. This is Watertown's best opportunity so far. Plenty of time to come back on this one. There's a hit. Klutzy puts it just a mite too far. A11 back up to it. 2CM. Fantastic slow hit. That's actually the only place he really could have placed that without having a JMSA player running at it. So fantastic split-second decision from 2CM. Snooki back out to it. A11 just gets dusted and tossed off to the side, discarded. He used tissue. Risk from the side. Risk puts this one up and over. Doesn't have the boost to cover it up at the end. Chief Bear does. Puts it over. Risk can't really control this one too well. Wow, okay, so we've literally seen a Watertown squad just absolutely wake up in the past 60 seconds or so. Risk putting it back the other way. Klutzy with a very weak hit. That's 2CM. That's over, and that's Risk barely blocking that one away. Snooki comes up with a low wrap up to the right side. That did set up a JMSA squad, but they are simply playing differently, JMSA are, to the awakened Watertown squad.
This has been better. They have been lively, but why can't you do this the entire series? Why can't you do this the entire, just individual game? Question that begs to be asked. But also JMSA, they've been quite sloppy in the last 2 minutes here, right? They've been They've been bumping each other. They haven't been getting those loose balls, and that's an example of that right there. I think this is game one. They don't miss that ball. And Waterton, they actually might have a chance of sneaking back in here.
I gotta say, I feel vindicated here. Doesn't happen often, Ocean. Risk gets deleted. 3 seconds later, Watertown takes a score, narrowing that lead to 1. Loneliest number. Very easy lead indeed in Rocket League. Risk over. Risk pops this up. Backboard's going to yield it to the middle, and A11 is in the weeds. Not sure where he's at. Whoa! That was almost all the way in. Good job hitting. That's crossbar and down. Risk will not let that one live there. Now you got a two-score, 30-second situation. This is the classic 30-second drill.
And definitely JMS, I do leave openings, especially off of their kickoffs, so that this is possible, but a very difficult task, I would say, for Watertown here.
Yeah, this is JMSA that has to do what they've not been doing so far in play, just pretty much just defensively. This is still entirely possible, and Watertown's showing up. Risk being on the leading side, the demolishing side on this one, 10 seconds. You put this one over and put it in with the second left, you get a volleyball situation. It doesn't end until doesn't matter. A11 dashing the hopes and dreams of Watertown as they evaporate into the ether. 4-1, can't get 3 scores in 5 seconds, I'm sorry to say.
I mean, look at that pass from Risk. That was lovely to see. And A11 coming alive in this series. We actually talked about how earlier for JMSA they had to have their other players step up, and I thought A11's done that so far in this series.
Risk somehow gets deleted and then scores come in again. I don't get it. No well. Oh, because Snooki took this one up over the top. So 5-1, the technical finishing scoreline after that. Lived at 3-1 for quite a while there, Ocean. It was Watertown really showing up, but unfortunately not really able to come through and have anything done with it towards the end. Did make for a very interesting 2 minutes or so there in a Game 3 situation where they didn't have much otherwise hope, right? Like it really was just JMSA all the time. 7-0, 7-1. They're not hope-inspiring scorelines.
Yeah, no, the first 2 games of the series, JMSA looked really, really, really good. The last game, I thought they were quite messy, to be honest, and that doesn't inspire confidence for them in the next game against Huntington, because Huntington are a class above us we've seen so far. Yeah, JMSA were scoring more against Watertown than Huntington were. No, that's good for them. That is actually a positive sign. But they were playing very messy in Game 3. They were getting each other's way. There were some good passes and more plays, but I thought JMSA in Game 3 were weaker than the first 2 games, and I don't like that sign when they're going in to a very important game.
Yeah, I have to agree with you 100%, Ocean. They were just dominating this ball and ball possession time. There wasn't a whole lot that could have been done otherwise, but definitely towards that Game 3, the little pressure was applied from Waterton here, and that was barely managed, I'll say, for the JMSA Knights. Yes, they came out with a few on top, but that did not happen so easily and did not happen for lack of trying from JMSA, or from your Watertown squad. We'll be back with you guys in just a minute. The interview action coming in from Risk.
We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost.
we are back in here and live. We got Risk from the winning team of JMSA to come on in and give us a minute of his time after that previous game. Risk, you with us?
I'm here.
Glad to hear. Glad to hear. I'll start you off. Ocean here, I'll get you a couple questions in the middle and round you out. So you are, I think it's fair to say, a pretty hard-hitting member of the JMSA Academy squad. I was reading a little bit about an all-star player here for the EGFH as well. 14 years old. You're a freshman, correct?
Yeah, I'm a freshman.
Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. Been doing big stuff already. Interests in science, technology, math, all the whole gamut, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. 4 years of high school Rocket League ahead of you. I just want to ask you how you're kind of coming in here and feeling about a matchup against Huntington.
Well, I don't know. Like obviously, like the last match, we kind of got rocked, but we move on. And we try to like kind of reset like the mentality, and we try to like move on and reset and just play our own game, and like just take it game by game. And if we do good, we do good, and just try to like communicate, try to have clear comms, and then yeah, at the end, we're kind of having fun with it, and we're trolling, but it's all like in sportsmanship
Yep.
stuff.
I got you. So yeah, it's just kind of keep it a cool, calm, and collected. Is that what I'm hearing?
Basically.
Alright. Gotcha. Ocean?
Yeah, so first I'm going to ask you a question about you as a player yourself. We've seen you make the great plays, saves, everything. Talk to me about, how you've improved as a player, in particular with your high school teammates. Just talk to me about yourself as a player and how you've got to this level.
Started playing this game in like 2018, if I'm not mistaken. I kind of like quit, but I got back into it like when I heard that we're having an esports team for my school. And then me and my team like scrim every day, and then we practice together every day. I've obviously like when I joined the esports team, like I was already at my rank, but playing with them it just makes me feel like more comfortable. And like the more we play, it's like the better we play together. So I don't feel like no like Rocket League's not a game about carrying. I feel like it's more of a team game.
Oh,
Like it's
yes.
not one player carries everything. It's a whole team together. Everyone has like their
So,
role to play.
yeah, that's good. Right. Now, another question for you. That first game, very tight, difficult loss to take, but you came alive in the second series, not just you, but your teammates as well. As a team, JMSI looked great in the second game against Waterton. You're playing a team now in Huntington next, right? We've already talked to you about that. Who have battered both Watertown and Allentown, the team that you lost to previously. Affect you at all, or just same mindset, just go?
It's just the same mindset. Obviously, we know that the Blue Devils won. They won last championship, and we know we're aware of everything. But we're trying to keep it calm and collected, and just play our game. Trying to play the best that we can and have fun. That's the most important part.
Having fun,
And you
most
about
important part.
to talk about.
Yeah, having fun, the most important part. Of course, this is 4 years away from you, but collegiate-wise, I think that that attention will shift a little bit. There's a lot to be said for playing the game as hard as you can, having fun, but collegiate was definitely going to be a different level. Is that something that is on the docket for you once you get like a few? Obviously, again, a few years away, but is collegiate Rocket League something that is on Risk's horizon?
We'll see. Like, I've definitely always wanted to get to the higher level. Like, it's always been there. Like, since a kid, I've always wanted to, and like that's the goal. Like, that's the priority. Like, that's what I'm striving for.
There you go. High, lofty goals from the player Risk. I love it. I appreciate it. And thank you for coming in and give us a minute of your time after the game there, Risk.
Problem. My pleasure.
Yes, sir. We'll be seeing Risk and his squad, JMSA, going up against the Beasts Huntington High here in just a minute. Don't tune away because we'll be back with you guys in just a little bit.
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this over now. Stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. I hate all this overthinking. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Oh no. The world has been broke down. The world is just announced. Final time is now. The final time to bow. But I will not get down. For you can't force me now. Awakening is clear. I could show you how. I could show you how to fight them. I could show you how to defeat The world has been broke down. The world is just announced. Final time is now. The final time.
And we are back here with the EGFH National Championship. Still in pool play, though. Shout out to this production that is done in collaboration with Disney and Walt Disney World. Shout out as well to our producer, that's Paz, producing away, making our jobs as casters just so much easier, and we do appreciate that. Now, Ocean, what is it that we're looking at right now?
Well, what we're going to be looking at is Huntington High School taking on JMSA. Why is this game significant, right? If Huntington win this, 3-0 dominant streak through groups, and they will go through as the first seed. If JMSA win this, Huntington will probably still go through anyways, and JMSA secure their spot in the next round as well. So this is a very important game for both teams, as I would imagine that seeding would be extremely important. Just based on in this group, Huntington in particular has been such a great team. There's going to be a team in each group that's going to be that level. So getting first seed and securing that for Huntington is probably something they want to do. But why this game is even more relevant now is their performance from JMSA in the last game. In their last matchup against Waterton, they were absolutely brilliant. I lost track of how many goals they scored, but they were absolutely excellent. And now they're going up against high-flying Huntington themselves. It could be quite a good, strong game.
I think that's exactly what is to be expected here. Far and away, the most important match that we've seen on stream today. The more winningest team, JMSA, and the more winningest team, Huntington, about to go forth and do battle. What we've seen, Risk on the side of JMSA in the interview box. We've seen Jeffro, Polar Bear, the other side for Huntington in this interview box, and solid reasons for that. But yes, HHS wins this, Huntington High School wins this, guaranteed that first seed because they will have taken in that 3-0 run through our round robin stage here. JMSA take it, then it kind of opens up a little bit more, comes down to whether or not Allentown and Watertown go at it in our next game on stream. One way or another, the worst news that I have here for you guys, that we are at games 5 of 6 for our EGFH Rocket League side stream. So almost done, unfortunately. We'll be there soon, guys, unfortunately. Well, starting up here in just a second. Do we have any predictions here, Ocean? We haven't really hit on predictions very much through here. Do you feel confident enough in this game to start it now?
I'm feeling extremely confident. I'm going Huntington. I think it's going to be 3-0. I think they're going to continue their streak of 3-0s. I think they look extremely good.
Gotcha. Huntington 3-0 from the man Ocean. I'm going to play devil's advocate against that one. JMSA, but it's going to be in 5. It's going to go all the way down to the wire to 3-2 right there. As it is, we'll see who kind of comes out on top there with predictions-wise and who comes out on top in this game. Klutzy, unfortunately, kind of muffling that one. Ball handling, it can be so tough. You're close and personal to this, but Klutzy tries to pop it a little bit higher. At the end of the day, yes, Polar Bear got that in, but if you don't play these balls, they will get in. Otherwise, you have to change the trajectory on that.
Yeah, honestly, that is way important because Huntington, their weakness has been that they have been slow off the start, right? They've been conceding goals off the first kickoff. Honestly, the fact they got that first goal and now they can just play the game a little bit more freely, that actually could spell trouble for JMSA.
Ooh, nicely done from Jeffro. Right there, fantastic stuff. Second goal, second shot, fantastic stuff. 45 seconds in, man staring down the barrel of a triple of 3 goals, which is of course a hat trick already. 47 seconds technically into this one. Huntington looking great, and Ocean looking like his prediction is going to be on Trump so far.
I mean, Jeffro has just helped me and done me a good favor there. Jeffro has had an awesome start to this series. They are just the player that has stood out to me. I mean, Risk has been absolutely great individually. Jeffro, you can tell, not just by the interview I did, but by the gameplay. When you can tell by someone's gameplay that they're a good leader, then you know they are a player to watch out for.
Ooh, just outside a little bit, and Polar Bear's me thankful for that one. Jeffro getting over there and getting involved as well. Klutzy coming flying into this one, but cannot connect correctly on this ball. Risk, pop plays up. Allen is on the other side to try to get this one out. Oh yes, about that. We called him A11 earlier, and that's because there's a team named Allentown High School, and that would be very, very confusing if we kept saying Allen and Allentown. So, he was A11 then, he is Allen now. He has ascended.
He has now actually become himself. He is
There
not
you
just
go.
a nickname that we gave him. But I'm looking at this Huntington team, and honestly, I would like to change my prediction as to not just 3-0ing this series and being comfortable winners of this group. I would like to change my prediction to them winning the entire thing without dropping a single game.
I'm with it. I'm with it. Huntington. Oh, so close. Risk came up at this one and just seemed like he was moving a little bit too fast for his own good. Zyko on a run right here with no boost. No boost necessary. He gets past 1 and 2. Jeffro doing his best to clean this one up. Not able to happen. Risk comes back. Midfield shot off the front bumper. Love to see it. This is just Risk. The Risk just has an open field to play with right there.
This is something that is going to help JMSA, right? You know, we talk about how good Huntington are on their offense and how they are consistently bombard teams. They actually do leave small openings, and none of the teams they've played yet have been able to take advantage of that. JMSA have an individual who could do that and take those openings, and that's Risk. If Risk can do that, and they can defend well and not concede too many, actually, there's a chance that they can make this game close.
Back and forth. Alan doing a great job right there to stop any progress, really. Klutzy, pop play back up. That's actually directly where they wanted it to go, but with Jeffro in the helm of this, maybe not how they wanted that to go. Risk over. Polar Bear, uncharacteristic miss. That opens it up now for JMSA. Alan on the run to the right. Jeffro just stops that. Any hopes and dreams they had. Whoa, Klutzy taking it away from Risk right there? Not sure if that was the play. As it is, though, Alan and Klutzy were able to keep this ball where they wanted it to. Klutzy back on over. Klutzy getting this one out to the left side. Jeffro continuing on with this momentum. Risk chasing after Jeffro right there. And Jeffro saying it doesn't matter. Oh, nice job by Alan. And now Risk got another big run. Tied up situation here. A little bit more than a little left.
I'm not sure if that was intentional, but the bump came in from Alan, I think it was. I think it was Alan just behind the back lines.
Calculated.
Huntington. Got a bump, and Risk takes the opening, and those openings that Huntington are leaving are being taken advantage of. They haven't played a player like Risk yet, and that's exactly what, you know, the weakness of Huntington. If they leave an opening, they haven't played a player who's good enough to hit that opening and get a goal out of it. Risk is a player good enough to do that, so they need to clean it up defensively if they're going to continue their dominance so far over today.
I have to agree with you. This is really, in a lot of ways, like, when you look at it, one of these teams, Jeffro on Huntington, Risk on JMSA. Yes, other players are showing up all day, but again, there's always got to be one that you really, really look at. You're always looking for that exciting play. Oh, man, that's Polar Bear put this one up after we had a top bar and down. The tie has been broken at 38 seconds. Huntington, but slightly.
And 38 seconds for a goal, that's going to be extremely difficult. I think what they're going to look to do here, off the kickoff, is just get it out to the side. Just get it out and keep possession. If they can keep the ball, well, I mean, funnily enough, if you keep the ball, the other team can't score. So that's exactly what they're going to look to do right now.
Polar has had himself a couple whiffs so far. Jeffro almost opened that situation. If he was able to pop off from ceiling right there, it's a very tough ask, but if he was able to, it would have been more open netty. One goal separating these two teams in our first sudden death situation on stream today. Klutzy over to it. They can keep this at 1 aloft once it does hit 0-0, of course. Jeffro turning tail and making that. Oh, I thought that was on point. Gotta keep it up! And Huntington knows not to do that. Fantastic stuff. 3-2 in a very close game, and game numero uno between Huntington High and JMSA.
Yeah, Huntington winning that game and taking the lead in this series, but convincingly as I thought, I think it's starting to become apparent that Huntington do have some weaknesses. They need to sharpen themselves up at the back. Otherwise, Risk is going to get more goals, and they might not score as many or have as many opportunities as they had previously, right? And they could be in trouble. I don't think they will be, but it's definitely a possibility.
We don't have the time of possession counter in Rocket League that I always pine for, But what I
Yeah.
really like, and so normally you see 7 shots for one team, 2 for the other, and you just assume that one team has possession just like a whole lot more. But as it is, 7 from Huntington, only 2 from JMSA. All that really says to me is that Allen's just got to like open up on this a little bit more and come through. And Allen, Klutzy, both just have to get a little bit more involved on this one. As is coming into the next, no other team with a. I mean, yes, Huntington won this last, but by only a score difference of 1. Only a series lead, not much other kind of lead on this, in my opinion.
Like for JMSA, I feel like they just do need to defend, sit back and wait for that opportunity. But I also think that realistically, the other players need to try and look for those opportunities as well. But see, Allen, you know, they've done okay this series, but they haven't really been taking shots, taking opportunities. That's a lot better there from Allen, you know. That's the best we've seen from them this series.
Can early goals be a theme at the start of some of these games here, Ocean? Thought that's what we're going to get again. Back on over the corner. Risk coming up to it. Risk bouncing this one down. Tried to use defender as well to get a good kick angle. Not going to happen. Gets the kick angle from the left side, now pushing right. Allen comes up to it. Jeffro meets him there. Keeps this one middle. But now it bounced out. Orange, that's JMSA. Now on the offense somewhat. Back on over. Risk pulling that one out. Point man and Risk. Trying to get this one done. Jeffro has a very good angle there, and Risk is forced to come back and do everything himself.
We also great goal there coming in from Huntington because they actually had a really nice fake. I think it was from Polar Bear actually, and faked the ball and forced commitment from JMSA. It didn't quite work out, but it was almost one of them goals. Just kind of pause and think, say, how did that happen?
Dude, Risk has just been thrashing here in the middle, just a one-man fight right here. Every time, wherever this ball is going, if a Huntington player possesses it, Risk is there to give him the business.
That's for the other two players, Klutzy and Allen, right? They're just kind of sitting back and letting Risk go for everything.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing defensively, right? Isn't that what you called earlier as like a method of coming on top?
I like him.
Almost there. I mean, when you're that aggressively, though, like, yes, have Allen and Klutzy play defensively, but when you're all the way up there, even Risk can't do everything himself. If he'd had a single player back, even without boost, that would have had the momentum and shot potential to have railed in the first one here. As it is, I think that 2 minutes is the longest time we've seen on stream that goes in the beginning of a game without an actual goal.
Big Ten games, they tend to concede early, but this is a lot better from them. They're getting a little bit more aggressive. It's getting a little bit dodgy. It still is dodgy.
Klutzy goes up for it. Klutzy does not connect, goes a little bit too fast. Allen tries to get this higher, but it's not going fast enough. And the first goal in 2 minutes of 16 seconds of play is an own goal. That is a hate to see it.
That's heartbreaking, right? Because this was their way back into the series. This game too, this close game where they've been defending so well. Risk has had some opportunities, and to concede like that, I don't know what the mental's going to be like for them after that one.
Yeah, and they had a solid game plan. You called this out earlier. Simply play on defense a little bit more. They were at a true neutral, which is the best situation that they've been in so far, with Risk just thrashing up top. Like in the front, just dumping everything into offense. Now Allen's got himself a little bit of a run, cuts the angle too far to the right, and Jeffro gets exactly what he was trying to buy there. Now Jeffro on an attack, team of Huntington on offense until Allen has something to say about it. Allen showing up this one all day. Klutzy, nice little pop play. Polar Bear gets to it though. Polar Bear runs at a boost to kind of get on the second one. Klutzy takes the demo on this, at least stalling the offense for Huntington so far. Pop play again. Buys defense a little bit of time to get on top of this one or pick up boost. Allen back. Allen flipping. Jeffro puts this one up to the right. And you're doing the same thing as me, Ocean. Yes, that's an own goal. But given that Jeffro was going to put this one in, you kind of have to go for it regardless, right? Like, even if it's yourself putting it in, not going for it is a guarantee of getting scored against.
Have to go in there, but it's just it's a shame to say, right? You know, this has been the best anyone has challenged Huntington all day, and just those two very unfortunate own goals. You hate to see it. You love to see it at the same time. And now this game, I feel like this game in the series is going to get a little bit out of hand. This last minute, we might see Huntington score a couple of goals, and hopefully, it doesn't affect the mentals of the players on JMSA, because I would love for them just to mentally reset, go next, in with the same game plan, and hopefully just cut out those little errors that are letting their opponents back in, giving them the lead.
Yeah, it's just to confirm for you guys, JMSA is at 0. We know that the chat overlay is wrong. You guys are here with us, and you guys know these players. No need for all that. Polar Bear putting up the fourth. Second shot attempted. Second shot in. One more will spell out a hat trick, donning some fancy hat headwear if he does get it. This is a bit of a runaway for Huntington, right? Minute left, 4 scores. Not going to be ideal situations for JMSA.
JMSA getting back into this game too, right? It's just not going to happen. But it's a shame, right? That those first 2.5 minutes were great from them. They didn't concede. They were defensively solid. They did create a couple of openings. Even Alan got a couple of openings, right? Wasn't just Risk who was getting those openings. And I hope see them play a similar style in game 2. I don't want them to throw it away. I don't want them to get nervous. I don't want them to think it was the wrong game plan just because of some silly little errors that honestly are just unlucky.
Yeah, if you take those errors out, this is literally okay. All right, Polar Bear. All right, okay. I was gonna say if you take those errors out, it's really a 1-0 game. But now that would be 2-0 after Polar Bear purchases this one all day long. Allen and Klutzy kind of miscoordinating on the defense. I realize they're both playing it, but the classic look of one player in box and one player either up on wall or shanked off to the left or right, that's really the ideal looks, not having players getting tripped up over their own 2 feet and having too many cooks in the defensive kitchen. 7 seconds, 5-0. 5 seconds away from JMSA putting up their worst performance in 6 games. Right?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah. I mean, I'm just talking numbers here. I'm not being critical, you know?
Yeah, numbers-wise, yes. But also they are against Huntington, who have consistently made fools of their opponents today and scored 6, 7, etc., right? They've been very narrow. JMSA did that in the last game. They looked great. But what I really like about that Huntington team is even when they noticed JMSA were playing those 2 defenders and playing that very defensive style, they kept on it. They kept bombarding them. They kept the momentum. They didn't want to change their play style. They're not going to change their play style for anyone. They just wanted to go and score.
Yeah, and score they did. And this going all the way around as well. Polar Bear getting his hat trick in the end. 1 score coming in from his teammates, Zyko and Jeffro. This continues on for another game. We'll be getting Zyko in here for a little interview action, as we have had Jeffro and we've had Polar Bear already. But get back into it now here, Ocean. What does JMSA need to do to turn the tides here and prove the Tugboat's prediction correct? The 3-2.
Same game plan. Defend tight, make sure your communication's good, but just cut out those little errors, because that's all that really was affecting them in the first 3-4 minutes of that game. Little tiny errors. And then once you do get forward, make sure that you make your chances count, because they didn't get a goal in the last game and they really should have.
I love how Risk rounded this one in for Polar Bear. If he'd gotten there a quarter second earlier, you'd see a demoed Polar Bear right there. Little shell of a car, as Risk was going to be able to pull this one out and just run all the way down the field. As it is, Huntington coming up first.
Huntington, actually credit them for, I mean, I've given Huntington a lot of credit today, is earlier in the day they were struggling after early kickoffs and early in the game. They were struggling early in the series, early in matches, just anything, that took them to warm up, took them a little bit, right? Not in this series. In this series, they've been brilliant right from the get-go. 16 seconds in, a goal. I really, really like this Huntington team. That's all I'm going to say.
Love it too. Hard to dislike a fantastic team that's going like this. Going back at it. Minute in. Risk up and over. Nice hit to the left side. Back down. Not gonna happen. Allen getting involved now. Klutzy up and over, but Allen put it just a little bit too high. Klutzy came screaming in at this ball, but all for naught. Risk pop play over. Risk almost gets it past Z-Man there. Or that's Zyko saying Z-Man would be confusing. Polar Bear escorting this one all the way in. Pop play. Jeffro there. No, he is not. Allen showing up on the defense like we would have loved to see him earlier.
The most important thing here is it's only 1-0. Right after a minute and a half, it's been pretty dominant again from Huntington, but it's only 1-0. And you know, you scrape a goal here going into overtime. We're not out of the woods here yet. This is definitely possible for JMSA.
Yes, and that's what we'd love to see. Again, the tugboat prediction being correct. Ocean's prediction getting dashed out in Game 4. Love to see it. Love to see it. Jeffro to the corner. Jeffro to Zyko. Zyko on a run now. Zyko getting it tripped up a little bit and sent out pitch to left. Jeffro tries to meet Allen there. Allen gets an ideal hit. Allen, all the boost in the world to work with right here. Jeffro getting way too high. Risk almost cutting this one right in front of his face. A pack that would have been. Risk up around. No opportunity for members of Huntington to touch that one. Good defensive, smart, safe plays. Klutzy up. Klutzy kind of faking at it a little bit. Zyko did get that. Jeffro did. Polar Bear trying, but this one just goes a little bit too fast.
Well, opportunities here, although I still haven't seen an opportunity this game. I haven't had one of those moments where Risk is able to break away. Maybe this is it now.
Definitely been back forward into it. It's been a very, very interesting one so far. Risk, there it is! There's the first for JMSA in what, 7 minutes, Ocean? Something like that?
Something like that. It's an important goal though, right? You know, they've been defending so well for 3 minutes. And all they need is that one opportunity. And Risk will gobble up that one opportunity. I think that's the only shot of this game. And it's in the net, and that's what matters, right? The scoreline is what matters. I don't care how well you play offensively. I don't care, you know, how many passes you make. I care about the scoreline, and it's 1-1 here. There is a good chance, if they keep themselves defensively solid, that they go and win this game free.
That's it. That's a decent angle. Oh, man. Klutzy almost there to it. It's not going to happen. Tied up, though. I would love to see a Game 3 that goes down to a Sunda situation and JMSA take it to push it extra rounds. Of course, the meme to be right and stuff like that, but we've only seen 3-0 so far, right, on stream?
We haven't seen any
Game 4
any
Game 5,
really
anything,
close
right?
series.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it
The
was
only
all
close
done.
series really was with JMSA in the game that they ended up dropping at a 4-score differential across all three. Lost 1 by 2 and lost 2 by 1. A lot of numbers in the match right there. Klutzy there. Klutzy almost again. Klutzy, I'm not sure if it's a speed thing. I'm not sure if it's an English thing. I'm not sure what it is, angles or otherwise. But Klutzy has had some fantastic offensive opportunities that have just gotten dashed out for that last like little 1 degree of angle. That little like couple kilometers per hour speedness. Klutzy is there for the defensive though. 45 seconds before we set it down.
And if they were playing like they did against Watertown and how they're playing now against Huntington, they would have easily beaten Allentown. Like, this is a better JMSA than we saw in the first game of the series, and I don't think anyone can dispute that. 1-1 with against Huntington with 30 seconds left is an achievement on its own. Huntington look to try to finish the series now.
Oh my god, I thought that was going to be a risk now with an own goal. We've seen one from Klutzy, we've seen one from Allen, but not going to get involved in that club this time. Allen over, pop play out, that's really centered very well. Allen kind of gets tripped up a little bit there after not anticipating this one coming out. Bounce plays, that's grounded, and now we have an overtime. Thank goodness. Finally get granted with an overtime after JMSA was denied not once but twice for it.
First overtime of the day. Last series of the day.
Next to last series of the day, possibly, right? Oh no! Dang it! As I'm waiting, worried about the future again. Huntington zooming in at this one. That's Zyko, the Z guy right here. 15 seconds in, 2-1 scoreline in JMSA. It's trounced again in the very last little bit. 3-0 situation. Huntington has purchased their ticket all the way into our next series of playoffs. Is that correct, Ocean?
We've got one more series, which will be Allentown versus Waterton. If that series does go ahead, we're not 100% sure. We think it'll go ahead at the moment. Huntington, though, another 3-0 win. They are 9-0 in game series differential after group stages today. They've been absolutely phenomenal, haven't they? But they are actually showing signs of weakness. When JMSA were defending well, they got them to overtime, and I thought JMSA were really, really strong in that game 3. I was very impressed with them. Unfortunately, they actually still might go out because of how they performed first game against Allentown. I hope that's not the case. I want to see more of both of these teams.
Oh yes. Oh yes. And just just perfect clarity. We got Huntington, Waterton, Allentown, and JMSA. JMS or Watertown has lost 2 of theirs so far. JMSA is now in the same situation. So Allentown and how they play after Allentown has won one game. Yeah. So how this Waterton Allentown game goes will determine who are the top 2 teams, top 2 seeds to come in to this one. We'll be back in just a little minute. We're going to set up a little interview action and come back at you. Promise won't be a long break. We'll be back very, very soon.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these walls down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you wanna travel, then go alone. Yeah, what's the point in us if I never know? Yeah, if you're gonna leave, I'ma let you go. I'm tired of the pain. Go away. I'm tired.
And we are back in here after the Huntington 3-0 over JMSA. Close as it might have been. We're back with my man Jeffro here. A little interview action. We see this guy earlier. See him again here now. Thank you for coming in. Give us a minute of your time there, Jeffro.
No, of course. Honestly.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to treat this one a little bit, we got down nitty gritty earlier. We'll treat this one a little bit more casually. I got to say, Jeffro, it warms my heart to see the younger generation using Xbox controllers over PlayStation.
Oh, you see it? Oh, I forgot it was in the
Oh,
front.
yeah.
Honestly,
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think I don't want to offend anyone who plays with a PlayStation controller, but I just don't think it's built for human hands. Honestly, I
No,
mean,
you're good.
but
Don't
holding
worry
it
about
like
them.
this, I mean, I
Don't worry about them. They're
not a big
hardly
fan.
people. Totally kidding, of course. Always been an Xbox man myself here, but yes, Ocean, what you got for our man Jeffro?
But yeah, I want to add to that point before I ask the questions. I actually make sure all my Rocket League players in my org use Xbox controllers. Otherwise, they're not playing.
You're a good man for that. You're a good man for that.
Yeah, it's important. Moving on to some actual questions. That last series, I mean, you won 3-0, but it's safe to say it was a little bit more tough than the other ones have been. JMSA were playing very defensively. Do you think that's something you're going to work on heading into the knockout rounds later on? Playing against those more defensive teams or coming up with ideas?
I mean, honestly, I think the way we played was very strong, and we just had to break them down. JMSA defensively were very solid, so um, the fact that we were able to score so many times and break them down that way, I think that is a good sign. So as of on the top of my head, there's not much in that regard that I feel like we need to fix, but maybe I'll find out eventually.
Always like you'll have the tale of, we've just finished, it feels up secret, and then you watch the VOD and you're like, oh, I'm actually kind of bad, but that sort of thing.
You read
Like
my mind.
self-review is always pretty bad. Yeah. But next question, today's been a very successful day for you. Every single game, +9 game differential, 3-0 across all 3 games in that essence. Now, on to the sort of knockout rounds, the future days of this tournament. Tell me, 1, how excited you are, and tell me, 2, how confident you
are. Confident. I mean, if you maybe noticed with Polar Bear earlier, just he gleams that confidence. When we're maybe down a little, maybe if we're playing ranked or practicing, whatever, he's always the one that's like, we're better than them. We're faster, we're more skilled. And I mean, I think because of that, it's kind of feeding into me. I'm feeling a bit more confident, especially after 3-0ing some teams that are qualified to compete at a national level. I mean, that's, again, just a really, really good sign.
Yeah. You're excited for the knockout rounds? Yeah, you feel like you can give it a good go?
Yeah, I think we'll give it we'll definitely give it our all, and we just need to see how far that takes us. And I think if it's anything other than the finals, then we're going to be disappointed.
All right, so will I, because I predict you to win the bloody thing without losing a map. So you better help out.
You better not have wasted any money though. All right.
Yeah, no, I have.
Bias casters. It's the oldest accusation on the planet.
Right.
Yeah.
Some confident words from a confident and fantastic player here from Huntington. Jeffro, thank you for coming on in and giving us a minute of your time after the game.
Of course. It's good to see you guys again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Huntington now punching their ticket to our later stages, to tomorrow and possibly beyond here after the 3-0 sweep over JMSA. We will be back with you guys in just a couple of minutes. We just have to set up our next game. That is going to be Waterton and Allentown. Don't tune away because that action will start soon.
Is this game going ahead?
Although it feels like heaven, I can't wait forever. Old habits are hard to break. I'm losing faith. Maybe we're better off this way, but I'm still and be
I was your zodiac sign. I don't think I know you like I used to do. Oh, like I used to do. So slide to what you got in mind. I don't understand you like I usually do. Oh, like I usually do. But what's in your head? 'Cause you're walking on wire. You're not in a self-control. You're willing to risk it all. Risk it all. You're not in a self-control. You're willing to risk it all. Willing to risk it all. And what's in your head is so lost in desire. And you never seem to know. You're not in a self-control, but you're willing to risk it all. No, no, no. But you're willing to risk it all. No, no, no. You're not in self-control. You're willing to risk it all. No, you're not in self-control. Oh, you're willing to risk it all. Risk it all. To the subtle lies, I can't do a thing but watch them close the doors that you thought were yours. So why can't you recognize all these conversations that we've had before, a million times before? But what's in your head? 'Cause you're walking on wire. You're not in a self-control. You're willing to risk it all. And what's in your head is so lost in desire. And you never seem to know, but you're willing to risk it all. No, no, no. But you're willing to.
And we are back here, and we are live for the last game of the EGFH National Championships. Our pool play continues here in group number 3. Tomorrow, it's further along towards the playoffs this weekend and whatnot, but you have to get there first. Allentown and Watertown going down in this competition that is in collaboration with ESPN and the Walt Disney World Group. You may have heard of them before. I'm FBI Tugboat with my man Ocean. We are ready to bring you this action.
And bringing up things I've never heard of, like that Joker thing you mentioned earlier. And what's this Disney thing?
What's Disney? What's ESPN? Right? Like,
I actually don't know what
Ursine
ESPN is. I
as
figured it out
well.
last week.
Oh, the ESPN is what? Electronic sports. Oh man, I don't know. Oh well, lost it. Or no, Entertainment, Sports, and Performance Network. I think I can't remember. I should probably have that
Nice,
memorized.
nice.
It's one of those things like you see so much of, you kind of forget what it stands for. You know?
Yeah, it's just ESPN. Yeah, I figured that out
Indeed.
last week when I found out you were doing this event. I then looked it up and I was like, I don't know what this is.
What is
Apparently a
that
big deal.
ESPN? What is that ESPN? Yes, believe all these high schools are North American here and should not be hearing the name of ESPN for the first time. Anyway, shout out to our collaborators there, ESPN and the Walt Disney World Group. Back out to it. This is Allentown and Waterton. At the end of the day, Ocean, the big difference here after Huntington has purchased their ticket to the later stages of this group play is that Allentown has got to win this to punch that second ticket. If Watertown wins, then what we're going to be looking at is a 3-way tie that has to come down to score differentials for last seed.
I believe how we're looking at it here is if Watertown win, I believe JMSA go through, and if the other side, Allentown win, they will go through to the knockout rounds.
Because
That's what we're looking
JMSA
at
took some
right
of their.
now.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because JMSA took some of their games by like 7-0 and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Grizzy coming here, not Grizzly, but Grizzy for Allentown. New player for us so far. Nick Fury and Z-Man made multiple explosive performances already today. Grizzly coming in for the first at 420. Hey, nice. Back to it. Nick Fury pop over. Chief Bear meets him there. Snooki is the one taking this one out. Z-Man over. Nick Fury gets a tap as well to continue on this ball progression. Grizzy up to the top. Chief Bear meets. Wait. Oh my. So we have Grizzy, basically Grizzly, and Polar Bear. We had Chief Bear earlier, right?
Yeah.
Bears everywhere.
Got a lot of
Ursine.
bears.
It's an Ursine stream. Or Ursin, or however you say it.
We still haven't figured that one out, but what I have figured out is Allentown have started this game off strong. 2 goals inside pretty much a minute from them, and it needs to be strong from them. You know, if they don't win, they're going home practically, right? They've got to go and
Yeah.
win this game.
Well, Waterton, I believe. Again, okay, sorry. So it would require. Let's get the full playoff picture here. Because Waterton wins, then they'll be at the same scoreline as JMSA. But because JMSA took their W with like 7-0s and stuff like this, that'll be so much higher, and we don't believe that it's head-to-head.
Yeah.
Waterton would need to beat Allentown by a score differential of 17, I believe. Don't quote me on that. It's double digits and it's high, folks. That's my point. It is very unlikely for Waterton to go on and punch their ticket to the finals, because again, not only they have to win, but they have to like double up and more, almost like 20 points on top to come on top of JMSA and how much they have gotten scored against. Just to be perfectly clear on all that. Okay. Did I talk that to death, Ocean? Okay.
No, not really. I'm
You're
enjoying
right.
listening to it. I love all your numbers, man. But
But at the end of the day, you're right. They're 4-0 down.
Yeah.
You're 100% right.
And they have to
Go
win
ahead.
this series, and then they win it by how many? What, 17? It's going to be so difficult for them. I think that they're stuck between a rock and a hard place here. It's going to be so hard for Waterton to get through. But they can at least do their friends JMSA a favour, right?
Right? That's a very, very good point. Very good point. One way or another, they don't want to lose this and just kind of give up the dub, to a team, especially when playoff contentions are in order. At the least, they'd like to give it away to a team they played not last. As it is, a non-issue as Grizzy rails in the second goal there, I believe, for him. He's got 2 saves as well. Fantastic stuff. Showing off the wheels, I like it as well.
5-0 inside 2 minutes. Waterton have got to think of something, because cannot continue like this. It cannot, right? It's a little bit embarrassing to lose consistently like this, right? And realistically, right, Allentown are going to be so happy about that game with JMSA earlier, right? JMSA weren't fully warmed up, right? And they played JMSA at the perfect time, and now they have the chance to squeak through to the knockout rounds. It looks like they're on course to do that.
Yeah, and Allentown takes this again. There'll be no tiebreakers. They'll have taken 2 W's, which is of course enough to have gone through with the win. JMSA, that was the game they won, barely scored a total of 4. As it is, Nick Fury looking furious, 6-0 up just outside halftime. Allentown on a run after that 115 km/h goal.
Devastating so far. It's been a bit of a stomping, right? Like, we're not even 3 minutes into this game, and it's 6-0, right? This could be the biggest score of the night.
7-0 is the biggest score so far, so I 100% agree with you. 2 more goals in 2 minutes. They've done a lot more with a lot less time, let's just say that. 2CM bringing this one out. Chief Bear trying to get on top of that one. 2CM back down to the bottom. Not gonna happen. Snooki bringing this one left side. Bam. Pop. That is almost Grizzy railing this one in at a perfect angle. Just the speed not exactly there. That was almost a good roller setup there for Z-Man. Just teeing it off and hoping at them. Just a perfect little angle right there. 3rd shot. 2nd goal. 7-0. Allentown tying up for the biggest lead on stream today.
That was beautiful to score from that angle. That's not an easy thing to do.
No, it is not.
I will say is the ball is going very slowly. I think the defenders could have done at least a bit better. I got a little bit closer to that one. It's good finish, but we'd like to see the defense give a better go at that. It's in.
G-Man on the 8th, and that is the largest lead. They of course have to end at that for it really to count, but there is 90 seconds left still. Ocean.
The target is. Do you want to go to double figures? Right? Do you want to get 2 more? It's definitely possible in a minute now.
It is definitely possible. Allentown wins this. The racking up of score will actually not matter, and I think we might actually have a player AFK. Unfortunately, is that Snooki? In the middle? Nope, he's moving around now. Here you go. Bringing this one back out. 2CM. Pop over to the left. Right now. Chief Bear tried to get this up and over. Rizzy does roll that in down bottom, and now we're 1 score away from the double digit.
You're already losing by 9 goals, and this is the way you can see your last one. Oh, that's heartbreaking, isn't it? That's absolutely heartbreaking.
Yes, sir. Back on over to it. 60 seconds or so left in. Rizzy pops this up top left. Nick Fury hits it there. Tries to bring it back down. Not going to happen so easily. 5 shots on, 3 of them made in, 3 assists as well. Allentown firing on all cylinders now as they hit double digits.
From this, I'm struggling to watch this. It's hurting my soul to watch Waterton struggle like this, right? They seem scared to commit to anything. They seem scared to go and hit the goal. They seem scared even to move, right?
Generational joke there about committing, right?
I was actually.
45 seconds. Chief Bear. I mean, I agree with you entirely. It'd be nice to see a Waterton squad come back and score in this. Might be asking for a little bit much, though.
Hard to even mentally reset for the next game. Usually I'd be talking here about insert something I've said every single Rocket League series in my life. Just go next, mentally reset, try and find a weakness and go into the next round. I don't think that's possible. It's 11-0. It's 11-0.
Almost more scores on board for Allentown than there is time on the clock. Can't say that one frequently. Everybody got in a hand on this one as well. Don't believe there's any member of Allentown that has gotten less than 2 scores.
That's crazy. Sticky there. We gotta give it up on this one.
And go next, like you said.
Hurts.
Like it's a tough ask to, expect a team to move forth, not let a 11-0 stomp come through and affect a game number 2. There's also no reason to give this one up. Up and down, Nick tries for it, Nick gets it, 12-0.
Bolts in the lines. That's like, the main of the stop, they're already dead. That thing, I think it's a bit...
From The Simpsons,
yeah,
yes.
that thing.
Yes.
Oh, it's from The Simpsons, I didn't know that. Well, I think that is a very appropriate meme to use here. It was a 12-0 scoreline. There's still got 2 more games to go in this series at least. I mean, I'm just assuming there's going to be 2 more games at Allentown posting their ticket to the knockout stages, and actually is impressive about this Allentown squad is they've had to rotate throughout the day. They had a Fire Phantom in their first game who got those 2 critical goals, and actually those 2 critical goals after the buzzer is what's going to take them through to the knockout rounds. Those 2 after the buzzer goals against JMSA, 4 threes, game 1 and game 3. That's what's been important today, right? Those are the most important critical goals of the day.
Yeah,
and they don't have them for Series 2 or Series 3 of the day. That they've had to rotate, and they've still kept a pretty strong level of cohesion.
Win by 12 is same thing as win by 1, but those 2 goals, buzzer beaters wise, from Nick Fury, the earlier games against JMSA, definitely more of a bigger deal.
Nice to see Waterton, get involved, make some commitments, try and get some goals, and try and challenge for this. I mean, it's unlikely of how they played and how they're playing right now. They're bumping each other around, they're committing to everything. it's not quite going well for them, is it?
Particularly for one of the first demos of the game comes out here. The Z-Man Chief finds another one, so let me know if you see a theme here. I can definitely see this in Watertown coming up and trying to come out on top and utilize the demolitions to change the pace of this game.
Also, we didn't see them attacking this much in the previous series, but I don't think we saw a demo from them in the previous game either. So this has been a lot better. They're starting to win more balls. They're starting to go for more of those balls as well. This is better for more time. Hopefully, God bless them. This brings them closer into this series.
First goal here for Z-Man. Now Allentown up 1-0, and after earlier. We anticipated a bigger scoreline here. That's not what we're going to see right now.
Here we go. Watertown struggling yet again. As soon as I'm just hoping that they'll get into the series. They are getting into the series. They concede one. And now the floodgates shall open. Watertown about to get flooded because this is 2-0 now. It's getting a bit silly. It was 12-0 in the previous game of this series, and you can't help but feel bad for the Watertown team, right? Watertown High School, they worked so hard to get here. You have to qualify for this national event of Rocket League. Right, you have to qualify. So they did so well to qualify. They get to the national stage, and they just aren't able to show who they are, what they're about, and how good they are at Rocket League. They've struggled today. They probably didn't help that they had to play a really strong Huntington team off the bat immediately. And then JMSA continued to play well against them. Risk had a really good game. And now this last game of the day, it's almost impossible for you to make the knockout rounds. And you're conceding so often. You're struggling to get goals. I mean, that's nice at least. Stinky. They got a really nice save. You can maybe that up and say this is the time I played at a national event. Maybe leave the scoreline out of it. Because now it's 3-0, and it's better than the previous game of this series, but it's still not great for Watertown. Probably a day to forget for them.
Only a what? I'm sorry?
Forget for them, really, right? It's difficult.
I mean, they have been playing better. At this same point, I believe Allentown was up about 6 or 7. Of course, ending game 1 on 12-0, but Watertown going to be out of it soon if they don't take this game next and really put a foot forward for contention. This has been a much less, again, this has been much less dominant, one-sided. Not out of this one quite yet as Watertown. They also kind of adopted that defensive look, like we saw JMSA just kind of go for it earlier and more have the single point man who's going to go forth and try and get offensive performances done as it is. See how that pans out for him, because Watertown's been on defense for a while.
It's like when JMSA, when they get the ball forward, they have a player like Risk who can make things happen. I don't see that in a Watertown team right now. I feel like they're just going to be constantly defending. They're not really going to get a chance to score, are they?
No, they are not. Nick Fury coming up. Second shot attempted. First goal in. 4-0 now. 2 minutes left. Watertown looking at 7 minutes or so, no scores.
Score of this series has been 16-0 for Allentown. This game you'd think to be, coming under a little bit of pressure, right? They just lost to Huntington in their previous match. They need to win this game to take them into the playoffs, or the knockout rounds at least. And they've just dominated. It's quite impressive. They haven't been flopping, and they've just continued work as usual, service as usual for Allentown.
Fury up, little flop against the wall right there. Almost leads to the 5th, but not going to happen so easily. 90 seconds left. Z-Man coming back at this. Z-Man the hit over. Chief Air barely misses that one. Nick Fury misses, as does Grizzy. Not going to happen all 3 though. Nick Fury railing in 5th.
That's when I put it. Cross one out. It's part of the narrative of this series. 4 points scored for 2CN. 4 points. That's 2 hits of the ball, and it's just shy of 4 minutes. It's hard to say, but on a national stage, you should be doing a lot better than that. You should be contributing a lot more. That's really poor. You don't want that to happen to any players, any team. But as soon as we get to nationals and perform like that, you're not going to get anywhere.
A little bit. First hit, second hit. Just like that. 2 CM doubles and numbers there. 23 boost. That's for Chief Bear. Put it over the corner. Snooki, nice block. Kind of waiting and never pulling the trigger there was Nick Fury on the other side. 5 seconds left. Chief Bear on the run after his teammate put it up. Z-Man threw this one flying out and away. Grizzy now and the rest of Allentown on offense. Bounce out to the middle. No one covers this one up. Z-Man gets challenged to the middle and then pops it to the right. Up and over. Chief Bear there. Snooki as well. Snooki starting this one. Would love to see a Waterton score here at least. Not see those. Not see that. Kind of using the opponent's body earlier. We saw a JMSA player doing that. So it looks like buzzer beaters really are the name of the game here. Central theme.
Yeah, I think that is actually just rubbing salt in the wound and adding more misery to Waterton's diet. They haven't really looked convincing at all today, but this is just heartbreaking, right? Yeah, a couple more chances they've been committing for more of those goals this game. They've been conceding less. They conceded only half of the amount in that game than they did in game 1 of this series, but it would honestly make my day if we saw Waterton go and get a goal in this last one. I think that would make me happy, and hopefully that'll give them confidence next time that they get to national. Some of these players who would play on the bigger stage to go and do more. I think that's the important thing to look at.
I can agree with that. What Snooki really did have some nice plays there towards the end. Score of 348 really did look a little bit more competitive. And showing up in shots all day as well. Yes, Chief Bear had more than him at 2, but still, you play the hand that you're dealt sometimes. And Allentown surely is a dealer. Back at it. We're here. No, this isn't Champs Field. What is this, Manfield?
Yes, I believe this is Manfield. I think this
Yep.
is the nighttime version. Alexa thinks.
Oh yes, Manfield night, of course. That's why it's dark up in the sky and you can see stars. That makes a lot of more sense. 5 minutes, last game, possibly for the stream here today. Allentown versus Waterton, and an 18-scored lead up for Allentown.
And I mean that was more positive. I think they've already had a shot on goal. They've actually put their opponents under a bit of pressure early in this game 3.
Well, so.
That's nice. It's nice to see the players, in this game 3. I mean, maybe now that it's on the line here, they can come up with something good. That's a good save as well. 2 CM again, starting. Oh, get a little bit of a nice storyline.
Not gonna happen so easily, Nick Fury. You might be angry about it. That's a well-defended Waterton goal so far. 40 seconds into this one. 2 CM putting this one over. Not gonna have his name shouted out as the player didn't do so much in a game. He's been all over this ball. He's been getting very, very involved. Exactly what we needed to see. Bounce play is out. Snooki taking a demo, just kind of strong-arming Nick Fury into the next dimension. Pop play out. Nick Fury is going to be able to answer this one as Chief Bear on the other side came flying, rocketing at it. Snooki out. Again, Snooki really been showing up recently. Nick Fury almost getting drums up with Z-Man. Not going to happen. Nice redirect here if you're a Waterton fan. Up and over. Chief Bear misses it, unfortunately. Grizzy just easily knocks this one out and away from the source of pain.
Oh, that goes wide as well. This is a lot better, though, isn't it? We were seeing 2 centimeter get more involved. They're going for more of these balls that are there to be won. This is 10 times better from Waterton. They haven't even conceded yet here. In this minute and 40, I know it's harsh to say in a minute and 40 the team hasn't conceded yet, but with the way this series has gone, I think that's better. They're defending better. They're attacking more of the balls that are there to be won. This is a lot better from Waterton. It's encouraging to see.
I can 100% agree with you there, Ocean. At this point in game number 1, they were down by 7-0. Okay, Now they're at a complete clean slate situation. Grizzlies looking at a very good run up right there. Just a mite too high for Nick Fury. C-Man not going to be able to keep that dream alive either. A solid run ends in dashed hopes and dreams towards the middle again. Grizzy trying to keep that dream alive though. Chafe Bear, big pop up and over. Snooki is decently, all three players getting really slow on the side of Waterton, for the side of Waterton on the offense. Nick Fury, huge run out, very impressive ball handling skills right there as he pops us to the right now. Nick Fury trying to get on top of it after thinking of a big boost, not going to happen. Snooki out, Snooki is nice hit there. Grizzy doesn't get to it, and members of Waterton are nowhere to be found.
I don't know, right? They've actually spent some time. Okay, I'm not going to speak again. I've just cast it first. It has been better, right? As you said before, they were about 7, it goes down. First game of this series, right? Exactly. But this time, in this game, they're creating chances, they look a lot better. They honestly looked like the better team for a good solid 30 seconds. They were the aggressors, and here, have another chance off of this kickoff to try and bring himself back into this.
Yeah, the simple fact that they just had so much time on offense really speaks to me. Grizzy up. Lose a little bit of pressure against him, not gonna last though. Back on the back foot here, 2CM. Batmobile looks like. Is that what he's, yeah, okay. And Nick Fury almost gets his Snooki, meets him there. Says no go, not today, that's not your birthday. No food for you. Nick Fury getting a little bit mad about it, taking out Chief Bear in this one. 2CM, rounding this one around, trying to get it down to the middle for teammate. It's Snooki. Now that you're looking at, of course. QCM dusted in the middle. Nick Fury again getting angry about it. Left side. Up top. QCM now meeting there. Z-Man takes it across and keeps it.
Certainly doable, right? They've had the chances to try and get a goal. It's been cleared off the line. I think again that was Snooki. Snooki made a couple really good saves in defensive lines in this game 3, and this is definitely not unreachable for Waterton, but it's going to be extremely difficult.
40 seconds. Score difference of 1. No lead indeed in Rocket League. Still not out of this one quite yet. Waterton a run to the middle, blocked by Grizzy for now. Chief Bear needs it. No boost to be spoken of, but no boost necessary in getting that close. But Nick Fury gets mega close, mega fast. Rounds this one around. Popped out is Snooki. Waiting for it is Chief Bear. Only player back is Grizzy. Grizzy gets the perfect defensive stop right there.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh, open net. 1-1 tied up. That's exactly what Waterton needed at exactly the right time.
I mean, honestly, it's probably the best chance they've had so far this series, but it has come at the right time for me. You're absolutely correct, right? If there's any moment to get that one goal of this series, it's now. You could start a reverse sweep. Momentum that you've got from this game, because this has been 10 times better from Waterton.
Overtime we go. It's oh no, excuse me. Did get the second bounce. Now to overtime we go. Excuse me. Will be the second up here on board. How interesting. I'm here for it.
And we're not meant to be biased on stream, but I would absolutely love Waterton to take this game. It would make it's so much more interesting for our playoff picture, and it would just be nice to see. They haven't run a game all day, and that's not a series, by the way. That's like entire, like they haven't won a 5-minute game of Rocket League all day. It would just be nice to see.
But no, I'm 100% with you. No bias here. We just want to see more Rocket League. They've all been 3-0 so far. We don't want any more of that. Pop over! Oh, and is all for naught. Again, grabs the cast and first action from the Allentown punches their ticket to the postseason after group play. All 3 members of Waterton trying to meet there, none of them fully achieving that. We're going to be looking at an Allentown squad in seed number 2, Huntington seed number 1 from our group 3 after a decently long day of Rocket League, and I've been very excited and very happy to have casted it with you. I do believe we're going to get a little bit of interview action, but Ocean, do you have anything else for the good people before we go to a very short break, during which we will get the interview set up?
Yeah, honestly, I just want to say, I mean, credit to Allentown in that first game against JMSA. To get those critical goals at the critical moments, they deserve to go through. But I also think it's a shame we're not going to see JMSA in the knockout rounds. I think that's absolutely crazy to me. They gave Huntington a real challenge. They were defensively solid. Also, Risk is a terrific player to watch. Yeah. Right, so missing JMSA, it's quite saddening for me to actually feel the effects of that. But Allentown, that critical win earlier and stepping up when it mattered against Waterton and putting in a great performance, they deserve to go through as well. It's just a shame we have to say goodbye to one of those two teams, and it's going to be JMSA leaving us after this stage.
Yep, indeed. JMSA, Waterton, done, dusted. Allentown and Huntington have punched their ticket. We'll be back here in just a minute after we get a little interview action, I believe, from the side of Allentown. Do not tune away. We'll be back with you guys in just a second.
Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything black, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, black out, black everything black, black everything, everything all black, everything, everything all black, everything, everything all black, everything, everything black. Baby, you should come with me. Me and you and me. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill a light, hit the light for that blackout, blackout, hit the light for that blackout, blackout. Blackbird, black moon, black sky, black light, black everything black, black heart, black keys, black diamonds, black out, black everything black, black everything, everything all black, everything, everything all black, everything, everything all black, everything, everything black.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you are? We always leave me. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you are? We always leave me. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
Feeling good. I mean, we kind of went into this one feeling like we might come out with a victory. I know we had some subbing problems earlier with some teammates needing to do stuff other than playing, but we came to this one knowing we beat the first game we played. We won that game, and then that team eventually won against the team we just played, and so we were feeling pretty confident going into this one.
There you go. You heard it here. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but you are a junior, meaning that you'll have another year of high school, and then it'll be off to
Right.
college for you, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So talk to me a
Coming
little bit
soon.
about your... I'm sorry?
How's that coming up soon? Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be over before you know it, I promise. But my question to you, my good sir, is what your prospective Rocket League plans are for the future.
I mean, for the school right now for Allentown, I'm assuming we're going to have the same plan next year as long as this continues, which I'm assuming it will. So I plan on participating again in this. In terms of like playing Rocket League, right now I haven't been playing as much recently, just due to other stuff going on and playing other games time to time. So like when I'm assuming next time when this whole thing starts back up, I'll get back onto it and better my gameplay. But yeah, that's really the plan right now.
Ocean?
First game of tonight, because obviously that was probably the closest game we've had in this group, and you had two goals in game 1 and game 3 just after the buzzer. Talk to me about how that felt in that moment, because that's extremely interesting for us, because that's actually what got you through into the next round. I don't know if you are aware of this right now, but you will be progressing further in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, it felt good. Like again, like going into most of these games, like we kind of could like gauge how we were feeling, and so when we just perform well, because due to just like the whole general like aspect of the whole tournament, the teams like ranking up against each other can be somewhat not like usually like the fairest matchups, and some teams will just inherently be a little bit better off than other teams. So coming into this, we can feel a certain way depending on previous teams matching up, and overall coming out of this, like we feel really good. Finally getting some good wins in tonight.
The team's plans for future in the tournament, because you have qualified for the next round, as stated previously. 1, how excited are you to get to the knockout rounds? And 2, how are you feeling about your chances?
So I'm excited. I think our team has a good chance of going a pretty good distance in this tournament. Just depending on how our team can get people to play, because sometimes we have problems getting everyone on at certain times, and what players will play at certain times. But if we can get that organized beforehand, I feel like we'll have a fair chance at getting quite far, winning the entire thing. Now that'll probably require a little bit of extra effort due to just some
Extra
of the teams that are out there are not they're pretty good, so it'll require a little bit more work, but I think we might have a fair chance.
So I had you back to talk about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So confident play here from Allentown. They have, or from this player, excuse me, from Allentown, purchased their ticket to the 2nd seed. You will eventually have to play Huntington again, almost certainly. How are you feeling about that one?
So second round coming into this, our second game against Huntington, we did not fare too well, but I'm feeling better on our next matchup if we face them again, due to our whole subbing issue we had today. And if we have our main roster again, I'm feeling pretty strong that we can take them on and win.
Gotcha. There you go. So the full Allentown Fury is
Right.
nothing that that Huntington can take down. I'll put words in your mouth here and give a little spice for the channel, right? But hey, again, fantastic W here, Z-Man. I want to thank you for coming in and give us a minute of your time after the game.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Not a problem. Not a problem. With that, I do believe we have reached my least favorite part, Ocean. That is of any stream, and of course is the end, unfortunately. I want to thank our collaborators here. That's ESPN and the Walt Disney World Group. I'm FBI Tugboat. That's Ocean over here. You can find us there on Twitter. You can follow official EGF on literally everything. Swear it's at official EGF. And Ocean, do we have anything else for the good people?
Just keep watching, because it's awesome to see these younger players go and express themselves in esports. That's the best thing about it. And also, we might have some absolutely spicy games coming up as well. So stay tuned. Definitely watch more of this event.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, gravity pulls you straight
just like the street lights.